Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all. Thank you guys and gals stopping by so early today as we are just getting started here. I hope you guys have had a great day. Let's go ahead and make it just a little bit better, shall we? Welcome one, welcome all. Today we're going to be playing some Desynced. I wanted to get in a second stream before I banish the game into the please don't open again before I get addicted to it category of games. Before we jump right into the action, let's go ahead and say hello to chat. Hello there, Fish, Vivi, Ava, Aaron, Carbon, Beaker, Snipes. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing today? The song makes me feel happy. Carbon, that is the second time you have tried. Never mind. I'm feeling sassy today and I don't need to. Don't need to kick it off that early. It's a hot 32, see there? Up in Vancouver? I'm always surprised, like, I academically understand that Canada is not made entirely out of snow. It's just always surprising to me when I see temperatures like upwards of 30 in Canada. It's like the place actually gets hot, like uncomfortably hot. That's like temperature, that's like tropical temperatures, at least down here. Hit you with this ass. Carbon? That's the second time you tried saying hi to Vivi and mixing up the name. Also, I'm realizing now that you're probably referencing their second name, Vixian, with the X in it. Your friend in Oilberta. I don't know if that's a pun. And Alberta is absolutely dying from the heat in the mid-30s in her town. Oof. Yeah, what is it? That's one thing that some of my Canadian friends have complained about, as a larger amount of them than down in the US just don't have air conditioning, like coolant, as much. It's much more European, where it's like, oh, just crack open a window or such. Like, they have, some of the people I've talked to, like, don't have significant cooling, but they do have significant heating. I think that goes to the stereotype pretty well. But what it ends up with is heat happens and suffering comes alongside it. Alberta's entire economy is based off oil. Check out the giant sulfur pyramids and stuff. It's insane. Yeah, I didn't know that, but that doesn't surprise me. Like, I know Canada does have notable oil deposits and such, natural resources for export. I was unfamiliar with the specific location of them in Alberta. So I was like, I caught on that. I caught on to that pun. I was like, I know Canada does have some oil exports, like significant oil exports, and Alberta's in Canada. I put two and two together. I just not that familiar with it. Have I seen the end game of Devil yet? I don't know what you're referring to, so solid maybe on that one, SVN. All right, let's go ahead and jump into the game, Cam. We'll pick up where we left off. All right, so I believe we were coding up a system to send bots out proper. It's a roulette game of pick monsters to fight heroes, defend your diamonds. Never heard of it, no. If you go into the suggestions on Discord and post a link to it, I will check it out after stream. You have 1 meter thick walls in your 100-year-old building. It's chilly inside until you open the windows. Yeah. I've seen many complaints and comments about that. Especially these days with the whole what is this? Blight extraction. Oh, they changed the icon for that. Okay. Okay. This game looks like it gets pretty deep as far as programming goes. Coding when you're playing a game isn't the same. You are correct. Link placed. Sounds good to me, SVN. I will check it out after stream. Once I've, I mean, I guess I can look at it now, see if I recognize it. I do not recognize it. So I will have to check it out after stream. So what we were working on is dealing with metal income, as we have metal ore that isn't quite making it into this. So let's figure out what's going on with these guys. Looks like they're operating cleanly. They're just not. Okay. We just need more throughput. Here's what's going on. Okay. Hey there, colony events. Welcome in. Yeah. So we just need more throughput. So nothing exceptional at the moment. Excellent. Let's deal with that then. You have to program things to do this game. You do not have to. However, I like to. Your 30-second pitch on what this game is. All right, we could do that. I think that's a good idea, given that people are arriving. This is Desynced. It is a fresh, hot release on Steam, early access. It's got regular changes happening. This is a game that is the cross between, I'm going to describe it as a cross between Factorio and generic RTS. Mechanically, it is pretty much Factorio, or I'm going to stick with the Factorio. Mechanically, it's Factorio, but instead of using conveyor belts, you use drones. You'll notice here that I have drones running around, these little robots, moving things back and forth. We've skipped over the whole conveyor belt phase, go straight to drones, and that's how this game starts. Otherwise, it is a fairly standard style, or fairly generic style automation game. Goal is to get up the tech tree, complete all the things, and in this game, instead of launching a rocket or building a Dyson sphere, in this game the objective is reconnect to civilization. Building some kind of gateway, or I forget what it's called, getting all the way to the end of the tech tree and completing it. The objective is to get to the end of the tech tree then and complete everything, and the method in which we do that is by turning this world into a machine world, basically, filled with factories and harvesting every single drop of material from everywhere, putting it into your factories and turning it into, well, more machines. Thus, the Grey Goose scenario must grow, as we are a self-replicating automated facility, essentially, and we, the player, are the machine overlord that directs everything. Now, what makes this game more interesting than most is that it comes with an entire programming system, where I have a literal programming system, flowchart style programming system. And that's where a lot of the fun comes from, doing the actual programming elements. I realized that wasn't 30 seconds. I kind of drew it on a little bit, but I think that gets the point across. Does that answer your question? So at the moment, we are suffering lack of basic material. Specifically, we are suffering lack of silica and metal. Let's see, silica, what's going on here? Yes. Ooh, boy. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so you guys start harvesting here. Specifically, we're lacking silica and metal. Hey there, resident. Been watching the FPL for Goodwill. Finally got a stream. How's everyone doing today? Doing very well. Looks like no code. It's not verbal, or it's not text code, which makes me sad, but it is technically code nonetheless. Click on this one. It's just flowcharting. It's flowcharting style, which is fine. I don't like it. I would rather them just give me a... I would rather just give me a little, like, just give me C sharp. I don't know what this is coded in. I haven't checked. Just give me some. Just give me a C sharp prompt or something. I work with that. Give me a basic C. Okay, I'm going to say I would prefer literal Objective-C, and the reason for that is in order to do basic loops, we have to jump to labels. That's assembly, like basic, like QBasic level stuff. If they're gonna give us, if these are the tools we have to work with in flowcharting, then just give me basic C. I could work with that. But that's I understand that is my opinion as someone who is an experienced developer who has worked in Objective-C. And I fully understand that anything flowcharting is going to be far more effective and better for the average person than something proper code. So, no JavaScript. I refuse, even in this context, understanding that JavaScript would be fully... If you're going to do JavaScript, you might as well do Lua, okay? Like, come on. You're a visual worker, you love the flowcharts and working. They sometimes miss the walls of code. I get it. Flowcharting isn't the worst thing, it just adds an extra layer. I've described it like this before, and I'm going to describe it like this again just because it's hilarious. What are you? Oh. I'll describe it like this again just because it's hilarious. Coding is like trying to drive a car. Except your friend is the one doing the actual driving, controlling, operating the vehicle, and they are blind, and you're just in the passenger seat trying to tell them what to do for everything. That's what coding is like. And flowcharting, flowchart programming, is exactly like that, except you are in the passenger seat at the back of the bus, and you have to play the telephone game, passing your commands all the way to the front through half a dozen people, and hope that it gets to the other end, making this with any semblance of sanity. So I'm not super into that. I would rather just be, up front and just skip the whole intermediate stage. But like, I understand not everyone likes that. Some people want to have in-betweens going on. But yeah, that's my analogy for that one. Other way, we need to mass expand here. Learn coding primarily from text flows just help you focus more. You know what? To each their own. So this guy's purpose in life is to go hunt down metal ore, chase it, get close to it without actually touching it, and then sit there and wait until there's no more metal and then carry on. And I believe we got this guy actually working, more or less. So if I were to just press go, he should go hunt down some metal and just kind of hang out. Then he'll just sit there. Yeah. And if something happens, like there's no metal nearby, which I can cheat by walking him away, then he will return and he'll hunt down the nearest piece of metal and then go stare at it for a while. Okay, great. Easy. I probably also want to... What? Anomaly detected. Go away. I probably also want to... what's the word I'm looking for? Probably also want to put a notification in there just so it pings me whenever he's having metal issues, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. We'll leave it for now. Can always adjust it later. Is that better? Alright. So next up, I need to get a miner going. Have I seen Screeps? I've seen Screeps, I never jumped into it. I'm aware of its existence, I know what it is. I've just not taken the time to learn and/or play the game. Oh, speaking of FPL, speaking of forts, the next AI tournament has been planned and is currently, preparations for that are currently underway. Toward the middle, right now it's looking like it's going to be happening the middle of next month, which is exciting to me. Very exciting to me. The only block you with the minimap? That's fine. No one cares about the minute. No one looks at the minimap anyways. So you can focus on economic growth, and they acquire resources automatically. More accurately, this is an infinite world. And the problem with the infinite world is, as you utilize your resources, you have to go further and further out in order to collect those resources. Like, how much iron do you see around here? The answer is not a whole lot. We've got some iron here. I've already harvested most of the basic iron. I've got some iron here, but I'm specifically keeping this here for reasons for testing purposes. Looks like I got some more iron. No, that's just tree. So we need to develop a system that doesn't require us to expand our base to the point where we're physically touching the iron in order to harvest it. So we need an actual army to go out and collect it and bring it back. Right, an evil genius one. That is the idea. So, in order to do that, we need to get ourselves an army of bots. We can do that. First off, we need to operate around this guy, because this guy will be the source of the power. Will also be the one that finds the actual metal to work around. So we need to follow this guy, and then once we follow this guy, we'll operate around him within his power field. Mechanically, how I intend this to work is this guy, these miners, they will just harvest everything with reckless abandon. They will just straight harvest everything, period. They won't try to save any for later. They just harvest it, and they won't even drop stuff off. The moment that they hit a full inventory slot, they'll just throw the ore on the ground. Then we'll have another harvester bot, something akin to our scavenger here, come sweep it all up and put it into another inventory, like an actual transportation bot, where a transportation bot will then bring it back to base. Testing isn't using Blight to regrow resources. Yes, actually. Because I don't know if that could work. I don't know if that can actually work, but I'll have to find out. Your goal is to have no buildings and have the whole base follow a commander bot, but that's a lot of programming. I think that is not possible at the beginning, because the medium assemblers, where are you? Like these guys, often require upwards of 3. They require, some recipes require 4 inventory slots. Most of them require 3 inventory slots. So even if you were to get an early cub, you only have 2 inventory slots, which means you can't use a medium assembler. So you do actually require buildings at the beginning in order to use medium assemblers. But once you have the tech level for it, I don't see why you couldn't do that. Take a lot of power though, which is its own problem. What is this doing here? die. Okay. So, this guy is going to need the, let's see, this one, what do we call this one? We'll call this one Beacon Bot. We need to operate within this. How freely can you incorporate randomness into the flow code? I am not aware of any method of adding randomness at this point in time. Like, not even a little bit. Which is not, you know, ideal. But I think, is there any way for me to get? I don't need to worry about coordinates right now. Shame would love to make a Grey Goose setup. I don't see why you can't, other than it would take a long time to figure out how to do so, and then to actually code it. But you don't exactly need randomness for that. Let's see. So we need to follow Beacon Bot. What do you think? Beacon Bot, and then hunt for metal nearby Beacon Bot. So first off, let me just think about this. Move units to Beacon Bot. Once near Beacon Bot, let's just get the basic outline here. From Beacon Bot, we need to this will be Metal Miner. So I can hard code metal into here because you have to do a different one for each material type. So this will be Metal Miner, therefore hard coding is fine. And to that end, we need to move to not this. We need to get nearest, which is flow. I thought it's up here, isn't it? Get nearest entity of type metal ore. And then we move to it. Yes. And then we mine it. For this, I can use, I think I could just use the subroutine. Let me check the subroutine. Where's my... Alright. Custom double basic. I need a new subroutine. I need to do double mine, custom double metal mine. And to that, it needs to be, so if it's 15 ticks plus 1 for the error, instead we need to do probably 8. Plus 8. And I will leave this here untested. And hope it works, and then test it on the field. Target ore. Inventory size. Hard code this for now. Realizing this is gonna get in the way, because this one will automatically mine until it has no inventory space left. But I don't really want that now, do I? I want to drop every 20, but the inventory size fills it up. It mines until it reaches that inventory size. So instead, I could do inventory size of 40, and that should work. It'll act as if it has an inventory size of 40. Okay. So we move to the beacon, and then we find the nearest metal ore, and then we move to the nearest metal ore, we mine the nearest metal ore, and we check inventory. Let's see, math. Turns how many can fit into the inventory. I want to see how many of an item we have in the inventory. Okay, what is this? Resource node to check. Well, this is new. I was wondering how to do that. That will be very useful later. You have a bat under your bed? Oh no. Is it doing its little clicking, chirping sounds? Your cat sounded undoubted shit. Oh no. Poor thing must be so scared. Cats are very good at hunting down bats and similar creatures. Yes, alright, here we go. We need to count this. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't check to see if it's possible, physically possible to drop items on the floor. You heard squeaks in the second room. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. That's, they're quite endearing little creatures. Let's see. Alright, let me just test this real quick. Destination. The floor. How do I get destination the floor? Let's just do this. What happens if we do this? view requests 10 of you, please. Took a broom and scared off the cats. That's one way to do it. Come on. Alright, fine. There you go. Okay, so what happens if I just... What are you doing? Go. Alright. Well, it does, in fact, mine things, which is not a big surprise, because that's supposed to do. What it doesn't do is drop the items off, which is also not a surprise. How do I get it to drop items onto the floor? Move, component, flow. If I were to give it a... Alright, let's do this. Parameter 2 into here. Confirm and drag parameter 2 onto a coordinate. Wrong unit. We're just... Okay. Drop you off here. Go. No. What if you're standing here? Drop. No. Okay, so even if I give it a coordinate, it doesn't drop. So... So if I give it... So I'll give it this block here and drop it. So it's standing... So I'm giving it the coordinate of which it's standing on, and it has attempted to drop off and has failed to do so. So that doesn't work. The ability to write the code for the behaviors would be so unfun, yet efficient. Yeah. That's kind of what gets me. So a lot of these functions we have to work with are woefully insufficient for what I would consider a lot of basic things. But that's kind of half the fun, yeah, trying to work around it. And the limitations to this would be what would get you not to be addicted. Understandable. Okay. Well, if it is the case that I cannot drop items on the floor algorithmically, then I'm going to need to put items directly into a box. Or probably better solution. Have a box come pick up items from these guys. That changes things, but only so much. Am I sure there's no way to drop items off onto the floor? What if the target unit is the floor? Nope. Also, I am concerned that this is going into wait ticks here. This should error out because space, because distance. Ah, there we go. We need to distance from variable A, get battery. Distance to target ore. Okay. Why is this getting stuck? Really miss the Minecraft tutorials logistics. Miss games like that, like built around a different problem, not spaghetti. I personally prefer the Minecraft solutions to things, and I would love to be able to do that here. I did see a design that enabled more Minecraft-like, more on-demand heavy stuff, but that isn't ready here. It's still not enough. This is an evil creation by the sect of flowcharters, made to convince humankind flowcharts make sense. Oh no. Yeah. Read from parameter size 3. Check space for item. Am I using this right? I think I'm not using this right. Target resource 80. This takes, no, that's good. Inventory size 80. Okay. Oh. What happened? Okay. Target ore, inventory size. That should be right. I'll deal with it later. Okay. You don't play Minecraft, but you understand it now. Understandable. So how do I get this? Okay. I think I'm just going to change the logic of this entirely. Which means this is all fine. And then what we do is, if error code is, which error code is it? number, set number. Get battery, distance, item, error code 4. If error code 4, then all is good. Otherwise, panic. So we don't need to count items anymore. So these things will just assume that they will always have inventory space. And if they don't, then I want them to pause. Okay. I know, I just need to this is it. It's just mine until there's nothing more to mine. And there's nothing else about it. So we're going to need to mine until there's no more metal. And then when there's no metal, chase down the beacon and then repeat. Okay. So let's start with this. We start near the beacon. We chase down the nearest metal. We move to the nearest metal. Attempt to mine it. If error code is 0, then we're fine. If error code is I think I did error code 1, not 0. 1 is fine. Yes, so 1 is fine. Because 0 is your null state, and that's just always a mistake to use. 2 is an issue. 2 is battery, which we should ignore because we don't need to worry. We have another bot handling battery, so error codes 1 and 2 are fine and ignored. Error code 3 is distance is not fine. If error code is 3, then we've got a problem. So we need to fix it. Okay, then, so what we do is we go to math. I should make a wander subroutine. But wander subroutine, let me think. So at the moment, I'm thinking about making a subroutine to handle the Jenkins move command. Basically, the way unit pathing works in this game is a mess, and the only way I get it to function reliably is by waiting to see if a certain threshold of said mess is crossed, and then if that threshold crosses, make it even more of a mess, and try to wait and see till it settles down again. And this on error code 3, this will return error code 3 if it is settled down, and if it is not settled down, like it has crossed the threshold of was unable to settle down. So, do I make a subroutine for Jenkins, or do I just write it out here? I think I need to make a subroutine for it. I don't need to. I think I'm going to make a subroutine for it because I've used that feature enough times that I don't want to recreate it again. So what I'm going to do is make a subroutine for it. Let's do call We'll go to flow, call, select subroutine, create new subroutine. So this subroutine needs a few things. One, it needs the targets last known good position. That's about it, yeah? Can I please play the impossible password game? I've seen some thumbnails about that. I haven't been motivated to do more than that. I haven't looked at it at all beyond that point. Okay, so this is reset path block. We just scout. And then we check if we are on grid. This isn't gonna work. Had a streamer in the hallways base. You had a good time. Oh. Can you send me a link to that? I would love to. Send me a link to their, do they have a VOD that I could watch? Because I would love to watch that. That would absolutely be awesome. Though the cannon-back angles seem to have been patched. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of mess on that. You also imagine he said dying is fun or something like that. Alright, sounds good to me, Carbon. Thank you. I would enjoy to watch. I would enjoy that. Mind you, it has been a while since I've updated it, so I'm sure it hasn't. All the things, all the little things won't be there anymore. But alas. Okay, so currently, the way my previous implementations of this feature involve running away and then picking the nearest OR node at random. Well, at random, but the nearest OR node and going to that one instead of whatever the actual target is trying to get to. I think we change this. Instead of reset path block, it's search for OR node. Search for OR node? No. Or minor split. So specifically the functionality I'm trying to create is splitting the workers. Like if you ever played StarCraft, if you take like, I don't know, a dozen workers and click on one mineral, all the workers will go to that one mineral and then split up to individual minerals. I'm attempting to re-implement that mineral splitting feature with this particular code, this particular subroutine. How do I do that? Is my question. What do I call it? SCV splitting. Just Split, sure. I mean, it's a bad name. Harvester. Split. Sure, we'll go with that. And I'm going to attempt to do this using a different method, using all entities in range up to unit visibility range of type metal ore, and we'll get this entity. And then with this entity, call it bad worker microfix. Tempting, but that would be like the 7th subroutine that fits that description. So what we do is we attempt to move to it, and then check if we are at it. We move to target, and if we are at target, let's get distance. Math. Distance. Why is distance a global thing? Okay. If distance is 1 exactly, then we move. I need to test something else here. So we move to the target. If the target is of a distance 1, then we break. Where's flow? If equal or smaller, else we go back to this and we try again. In the interest of testing, I'm going to go here. We will move 10 to the east and try this. Let's put this call here. That's no good position. Give it parameter 2. Okay. Should move 10 to the east and then check. I can't watch its code. Alright, let's just do it here. Edit. Save. Could I make... Library. Behaviors. Create folder. Create folder. We'll do miners. And we will drag all miners up to there. Miners, we'll do another folder. I can't create subfolders. Okay. Create folder. Minor sub routines. So we'll drag this into the minor subroutines. All right. Much better. Okay, so let's go back to our bot here and purge this with specifically this guy. Bring you're in a good position, so go. Should move 10 to the east. Hello there, Eunice, welcome in. Nope. Let's bring it closer over here. Okay, should move 10 to the east and then start hunting for ore. No! What happened? All entities in range. I guess this doesn't default to, this is hardcode 10 here. So maximum range we could see 10. Okay. So it broke out, and if I do this, does it just keep going? Or does it go back to move east? Okay, so we should see this attempt to go touch all the metal ore nodes around here, which it seems to be doing, which is what we wanted to do. And then once it has touched or failed to touch every metal ore node nearby, it should run east again. I'm literally going to sit here and see if it does exactly that. Because this is a much better solution than what I currently have. Because it will actually hunt down nearby metal ore nodes instead of just in Jenkin. I think that was it. I think it actually finished scanning them all, and that's why I ended up over here. Because it was over here, and then just went straight across to over here, which is exactly 10. Okay, so it did work. It's just awkwardly timed. Alright. Good. So this does work. I think you found the channel almost 3 years ago now. That does sound about right. It is about the time most people did. Okay. Looks like it's looking at a move to nearest. It isn't moving to nearest at all. There is no move to nearest command in here at all. It's moving to every single one. in pseudo-arbitrary order. I have no idea what the order is, so I guess totally arbitrary? Is the nightmare you thought about a few minutes ago now find an error creating a loop? Yeah. There aren't a whole lot of loops in here. Making loops is relatively convoluted, which I suppose probably isn't a bad thing, because if loops were easily available, people would have a problem. Okay, so now we have ore splitter harvester. So this needs no longer needs last known good position, but it does need ore type. Convoluted? Oh no. Why is it always lightning around my place? I know the answer to that question, because I'm in Florida and it's wet season. But just outside, it's been all day. Like it's been all afternoon. And I'm getting flashbanged because it's nighttime outside, the sun is down, and there's lightning just all over the place. I have blinds closed and everything, just seeing it splash on the wall. It's not that bad. Yeah. It's not even like loud thunder, so it's not that close. But still. Target or type. You do this. Okay. Okay. We're split harvester. Now we save this into minor subroutines. Didn't I save this into... I loaded this from minor subroutines, right? Or harvester splitter. Yes, right here. Done. Maybe I should add a second parameter of range, just so I don't have to deal with it later. I can also add a default range if it's not set, so I don't have to think about it. Let's do math, pair number, value range compared to nothing. If equal, then we set number. Set number, value, set this number to 10. Smaller if larger, we go straight here. Use this. Okay. So now if range is unset, then it should use the value of 10, else... So if range is unset, we use the value of 10, else we use the value of range. Let me check to see if this works. Notify value here. So or type of U, and we'll set a range of 10, range of 6. So we use 6. And if instead we use a value, we have this value is unset, just entirely. There we go. It uses 10. Alright. Okay, so now we have default variables. Ta-da! I can't put a description on this guy, can I? Alright. You want self-replicating swarm? That is doable. Okay. That is doable, and we are slowly working on that. In order to get the self-replicating swarm, we have to get a swarm that is capable of handling production of resources. Acquisition of resources. Alright, so this guy, I like this. And that way I don't have to... I like subroutines that have default parameters that I don't have to deal with. Okay, so we've got this guy now. And now we purge everything. Is there a delete everything button? Clear current behavior. Yes. So now we want, now that we have the new subroutine. Speaking of which, I could actually update the previous. Not necessary. Work on the next set. Work on the next tech. Don't worry about upgrading the current ones. The current ones are functional? Question mark. There's a suspicious lack of movement happening at the base. We are lacking crystal. Which ones are the crystal miners? I don't know where my crystal miners are. Crystal miners have no more crystal to mine. Hello, Scout. What you doing? Oh. Alright, so we have crystal miners over there, and we need them... I don't know, over here looks pretty good. Let's put a new power tower. Right here, please. Construct this. And then we need another storage block right over here. Party construction site. You guys go collect this. You hang out over here while you wait.
Okay. Whoever made that noise made it intentionally.
You always enjoy the auto-expanding bases in Factorial, but you could never get yourself to work into stuff like that. That's my favorite kind of stuff. It's just, you start with nothing to really help you build that style of, to build that style here, which is very difficult to work with. Okay, so because we have literally 0 crystal to work with, I'm going to do a little bit of manual acquisition here. This should help out with this. Let's see, you just need crystal, specifically 5 crystal. So if you come over here, nope. If you come over here, we should be able to get you your crystal. There we go. Welcome back. So he'll be constructing this power, and then these guys will get their power back once power comes back online. Alright, you return here for the time being. Okay, problem solved. You found a bug. Scout command ignores blight areas. It allows the unit to travel through impassable areas. Yes. You can do that with more than just the scout command. Most commands enable you to do that, actually, which is interesting. Because it means if you program things that you can have them run through the blight, but they have to be working off of a predetermined command, and once they're in the blight, you cannot give them commands. So they can get, like, stuck in there, which is hilarious to me. But that is interesting. This game looks like lots of fun. I enjoy it. I think is the best way to describe that, my opinion on the matter. I enjoy it immensely. Okay, we have harvested all the silica around here. Go harvest this, please. Good. We now have power, so these are constantly going, and you, sir, are constantly crystalling as well. Great, love to see it. The army is powered off and shut down, which is what we want to see. Okay, so now we're back to this guy. Step 1, we want to not add parameter, we want to flow, call. We're assuming that we're already present at the desired mine. Create a new subroutine. I don't know why we have to create a new one. I can't just select these, but we load you into here. So we have the ore split harvester, ore harvester split, ore type. We can hard code this because this has to be, this particular program has to be ore specific. I have a range of defaults because I don't care to change it. You played Create Astral on official server and your team was absolutely dominating. 3 weaponized Germans. Weaponized Germans. I think that is the best description of having a Create team I've ever heard. Oh, that's good. Ah, jeez, I'm gonna have to remember that one. Weaponized Germans. That has a stigma to it that I probably just can't whip out anywhere, but it sounds hilarious. It wasn't pretty, but it's efficient. Alright, I'm gonna change the Why am I getting yelled at? Anomaly detected. Hello there, Anomaly. We've managed to make the Anomaly faction blue colored neutral toward us, which is interesting to me. Okay. Can you get a quick view in your mining bot? Mine doesn't want to go mine or get power when needed. Oh yeah. This is a quick view of the mining bot, which has its own subroutines, which has its own multi-layer experience. Does that count as a quick view for you? Because in order to get it all on the same screen, I have to zoom out to the point where it's unreadable. And we actually just finished doing a subroutine upgrade that should replace a lot of these. But mechanically, what I have this do, I don't, it's going to take me so long to explain. The long and the short of it is that I have lots of checks that check everything, and I've pretty much rewritten the basic things. So we're actually going to get right to here. So the next call, at this point we're just stacking calls here, because once we get to the mine, where's flow call, which I need to actually do here, because the way that works. Create new subroutine, and then we load in miner subroutine custom double metal mine. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna look frame by frame. I'll do a little bit better of an explanation for you here, Destroyed. Hey there, Jonathan. Welcome, and how you doing today? Do a little bit of an explanation. So, what I've done is I've rewritten the basic mine command. For those who haven't seen it, there is a mine command. It is very simple. It mines things. You tell it the resource to mine, and it mines. If it cannot mine it, it tells you that it cannot mine it, and you can work off of there. If your inventory is full, it tells you the inventory is full, and you can work off of that. Otherwise, you just keep going. Problem. This thing I find is incredibly inefficient, and if I were to just take 10 units, tell them to mine a resource, only about 50% of them would succeed. It's crazy. So in order to work around that, I went and rewritten this mine command entirely and called it a mining subroutine. Specifically, I've done some other modifications to it. It's a custom mining subroutine. It's a custom metal mining because every object has its different value, and I don't want to include this branch 4 times over when I can just make them different subroutines. And then double mine because specifically if you're mining with multiple entities together, that causes other problems. So I have double mine on this one, and I don't want to have a branching off of 8 of these things just to see. I'll just make different subroutines and code them individually. It's fun. Either way, very simple. We're going to first start off by checking our battery to see if we have the power to do anything. I'm checking it against a hard-coded value of 5% because if we have less than 5%, then I have better things to do with my life. And if we do not have enough power to mine anything, then exit the program and throw out error code number 2. Great. Now, next thing we check. Are we close enough to mine? Are we close enough to the target to mine anything? If yes, continue. If no, error code. We stop the program and throw out error code number 3. Next, we check our inventory. Is our inventory full? Yes. We throw out error code number 4 and exit the program. Else, we carry on. Next, how long do we need to mine? Well, we need to mine for as long as we have inventory space. Basically, mine infinite. So we then do the basic math to calculate how long we need to actually be mining. Then we start the mining operation, and we wait for the mining operation to finish. And then we stop the mining operation. And then we exit the program because we finished mining because we filled up our inventory. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. This is what the flowchart looks like for that. It's not perfect. I have things I know I want to change about this. I just don't care about it because the amount of time it would take me to fix them and bug fix it, it's just I have better things to do. And that's that. Now, this particular machine, this particular behavior that I'm working on right now is more than just a miner. This guy is attempting to be a roaming miner. It's going to scout around and mine things, but it's not just scouting around and mining things. It's scouting around alongside a group. So I have to keep track of the group. So first off, we're going to just try to mine any ore in range. Easy. Inventory size. Wait a minute. We need to get nearest. We will try to mine any nearby ore. So we'll start by global. Where is this thing? Units. Get closest entity of type metal ore. And then we will move to the nearest metal ore. And then we will attempt to mine the nearest metal ore, which is actually this. And the inventory of the bot that we will be putting it on has an inventory size of 80. Probably will parameterize that later. Is that object-oriented programming? I would assume that this is object-oriented underneath. Yes, I'm entirely certain this is object-oriented underneath, but we don't really have that enumerated for us to use, so it doesn't mean anything meaningfully to us. The closest to objects that we can play with are things like here, where everything is an object with different types of, well, properties and such. But that's different. Do you have to add a module for defined or? No. All bots have a range within which they can see and operate. This, as you see, the visibility range here in the bottom left is the range of 10. Oh, hello.
Produce empty matrices, we can analyze deeper our own technology as well as the mysteries of the planet. Research supercomputing to be able to unlock the full capacity of our data cubes through
Okay. Supercomputing. How's this going? Going to need so many more of these cubes. This is fine too. Okay, so we need this. We just need stupid amounts of income. Okay. Wow, they changed this too. I do like... I don't know if I like the new sprite. I like this new sprite. This one's weird. It feels like it doesn't quite fit with the theme. Like the art style. But it's fine. Okay, what was I doing? Getting distracted. Yes, sir. Alright, so we get the closest ore, we try to go to the ore, and then we try to mine the ore. If we fail to mine the ore, specifically with error code 3, then we... Well, hello there. If it isn't Jack, how you doing today? Did you get to enjoy all the new technologies and such? Programming roaming miner? Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Alright, so this is error code 3, I believe, for distance. Yes, error code 3. So error code 3, if specifically error code 3, then we will be going to the ore harvester split subroutine. Otherwise, carry on and ignore. Otherwise, it is... Go back here. How's it going there, Jack? I stopped by a little bit earlier to say hello, see how you're doing. But then, you know, I had to do some coding myself. Now I need to think. Tried setting a storage block that would request items needed by a producer, but oh my. Oh, there's so much. There is incredible amounts of madness. Request items needed by a producer. So, I think what you're trying... That sounds like an on-demand style system. I think this is what you're looking for here. Let's say I wanted to craft a new... I just got the hound available to me. If I wanted a hound, what I have to do is get these. Oh, these are refinery. I don't have this set up yet. Oh, I just got the new technology. Don't have the system for it. Okay. I can craft something else. Hauler. What's something else I need? All of these I'm going to already have, except for maybe a small radar. Small radar. Yes. No, I don't need this. Let's just do a large wind turbine because I think I don't have these already created. I have these already created. Alright. The way I have this set up, I'll just explain it. The way I have this set up, if I were to select an item here... Oh, I don't have these going. We do bias protection. If I don't have these here, what it does is it takes the missing ingredient and requests and sends it out onto the signal command. I then have an adjacent building that reads the signal from the previous one and starts producing that missing item. That way, you see here, it starts crafting it, and then I have all the missing ingredients that just get crafted, thrown back into the primary building, and then creates the missing item. Ta-da! I believe that is what you're trying to do. It doesn't work in parallel if I'm missing, I don't know, 3 ingredients, but it does 1 ingredient at a time. So if I'm missing 1 ingredient in particular, it will make an effort to craft that. Let's say if I were to do a hound here, it will say it's missing optic cables, which I physically do not have the ability to produce at this point in time because I've just unlocked it and I haven't built the refineries needed for it. However, you'll see here that this structure will make an effort to create this thing, although it is physically incapable of doing so. So, that's cool. Actually, I can do this here. And then request a refinery. What am I looking for? Looking for a refinery, medium component. You're trying to produce a slot instead by getting ingredients, as there is a thing to get ingredients in item when putting the request theme to delete themselves. Interesting. I would have to... That seems like there could be several things going on with it, but... Signal reader. Signal reader goes in, read from this guy, and you craft whatever this thing requests. Okay. So now I've just added this in here with the new feature, so now we'll be able to produce this new creation. Do I have to iterate for the other ore types? I do have to iterate for the other ore types. The thing about ores is that every ore has a different mining time. Therefore, I have to hard code it based on the mining time of the ore, unless I want to do an inventory tick scanner thing, and that is an extra level of suffering, which I'm unwilling to do at this point in time. Let's see. When putting the requests, they seem to delete themselves. So I've had a similar problem, and my solution to it was basically to recreate the requests system. You see this request system? You know, it's great, it works, I don't like it, and I can't interact with it with structures. So what I'm doing here is I'm in the process of coding a system which actually lets me create my own request system, where I'm creating a controller here which lets me create a list of requests which can then be operated upon anywhere with a radio receiver, which is my current goal. But that's a future thing that I haven't gotten properly working just yet. I have the list working, I can put things on the lists, I can take things off the lists, but I can't use it well at the moment, and I'm not keen to spend time doing that because I'm having a hard enough time issues getting basic resources going. Alright, in the meantime, let's go with this. Next. So this is not going to work. Let me rephrase. It will work too well, and it will never break out of this loop once it gets into this, once it starts mining. So what I need to do is I need to check once that how, I guess that's what we want it to do. Because we just want it to mine and loop literally until there are no more of these to go around. Has the Doom Beacon and Devouring Swarm been made yet? We are currently in the process of coding the Devouring Swarm. The Doom Beacon works. The Doom Beacon is fully operational. It will hunt down any and all ore around and do things. This is fine. What is not fine is the actual harvesting section. We've just recoded 2 more subroutines to help with this process, so we've got lots of code going around in these bits, which seems to work individually. I just need to get it to work together. So right now we're hunting metal, we're mining metal. If there's no metal nearby, then we hunt for more metal. And I need to then, because this will either end up with being no metal nearby, or it will end up being adjacent to metal. So if the nearest entity, get closest entity of type metal, then and it is of distance. No, I don't need to actually check this. I just need to mine. No, I do need to check this. Because if we go back to mine, then we'll just be back here again. It needs to go through twice. So if we can't mine anymore, and we try to find ore, and we can mine, we'll do a compare number to a distance of 1. So if we can't mine, if we can't mine, let's say if our metal ore runs out, and we attempt to find another metal ore. If we have found a metal ore, then we go back to mining. What happens if we get a null? We need a null check. Oh, I'm gonna scream! I hate null checks. They're so janking here. There's so much jank here. There's so much jank involved with these. Jack, I got your DM. I do not know what to do with that. I do not know what to do with that. Is that supposed to be a link to like an imager? No, that's not an imager code. Let me see if this is going to do what I think it's going to do. Where's my programming? Here we are. Go inside. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's see what you're doing here. Read signal of this unit. Put it into get ingredients. So I'm assuming that you're putting a... So this will be the output signal of some assembler. It's going to read that, or at least some structure of an assembler. It's going to read that. It's going to get the product here. It's going to request item of these 3 items. I don't see why this wouldn't work. And you're saying it just deletes the request? I should not have unclicked this. Alright, let's test this out real quick, just to see what happens. Build one of these real quick. Are these guys done? No. Okay. Alright, so let's take this guy, throw it over here. Let's signal... So this just needs something. So let's just give it something programmed, something constructible. Like, say, I don't know, a power field. So when I start this behavior, it should just get the ingredients of the power fields and then request them. Which it is not doing. Probably be... Let's try this. Which it is also not doing. Oh, it actually requires a signal. Okay. I guess it's read signal, not just item. So we read signal here. Or, nope, other way around. From here. Basic item. Nope. Owned unit to check for. Value of unit signal register. Okay. You get over here. Okay. Okay, I see. I see. It's killing the requests here real quick. Let's do a flow, an inventory check, which is... So let's say if I were to do a weight 6 here, just of 30, I think that should show it. Really? Why does it delete? Oh. No. Okay, let's do this. You're sending a null request, is what's going on. There you go. Because it's requesting a null, it's wiping out the requests. So you need to not request an item if the... So you need to do a null check on each of these, and if it isn't null, then you can do the signal. Basically, let's do math, compare number, request item. You need to compare first, yes. So you do request item here if larger than 0. Compare to nothing, and out C, else you just skip this entirely and go back to start. So now if we do the request item, you see how it doesn't remove it? Null acts differently from 0? Yes. See how it skips off this one and it just doesn't ever hit C here? So you need to have your null check in there. It seems like a bug. No. I don't want to consider that a bug, but it is definitely a weird quirk. If you pass null, not 0, but null into the request item, it clears all active requests, which we need the ability to clear active requests. It's just weird that passing null into request item is the thing that does it. And it clears all active requests and not just individual something, not just individual request. Every single one of these flowchart blocks has some quirk like that. That's just the only way to find out about it is to use it, which is one of the reasons why I dislike flowcharting, because it's trying to figure out someone's quirky and unique mind state whenever they put together this pieces of the puzzle for everyone else to use. But alas, here we are. Silica, no. This could be a problem. Run out of silica real quick in this region. Prefab power extender. Silica over here and over here. Okay. Okay, so does that answer your questions here? You have to get your null check. Into an inventory, into an inventory, into an inventory. Steep learning curve, cliff, yes. Yeah, this has an incredibly steep learning curve. There you're comparing to 0 for B and C now. You want it to be one size fits all kind of thing. Ooh. I think that won't work because you have to do an actual null check and not just a check for 0. Because null and 0 are not the same thing. These guys were all the way over here and they hunted for and found this piece of silica sand, and that makes me so happy. Okay, why do we have no iron bars? What happened? Why are you guys having a mental breakdown? Oh, this is one of those other bugs, is they get stuck on the weight that I haven't worked out of the miner yet. They'll figure it out eventually. Okay. In fact, you guys just come over here. And go. We are struggling to get... We're starting to run off the power grid here. It'll do. Did we get this guy up and running? Work in progress. Okay, so now we're back to this guy. Alright, so if we are further away after trying to collect every single ore, then we return to the Astronomicon. To the beacon. Move units to beacon bot. This should be basic setting here. I probably don't want to move to, but move to range within a range of another unit. Otherwise, we're gonna have pathing issues. Just hang out here, and then we try it again. And this should be that moment when your program works so quickly that it tick overflows the game and breaks itself. You just need to get a way to find out how big a stack of an item is in script. I don't know if you can. See, I think it's 20 for everything. I think stacks are always 20 unless it's a component, in which case it's 1. Pretty certain that's how that works. I'll figure it out eventually. Or maybe you won't. Restart you, go. You can't do it. You want to get this game where your pro will absolutely murder your daily routine? Yeah. I need to redo all of this too, so I can have better input-output throughput situation going on here with fewer bots in it. The map is all, is it an area? So the map is infinite. The mini-map, however, struggles to keep up with infinity sizes, so it just doesn't. Are there enemies? Yes. This is what I have the army for. The army, whenever we find something... anger-inducing. Turn on. Whenever we find something anger-inducing, just kind of comes out and does things. But for now, because it eats up all of our power, we keep the army offline. Hey there, Raider. Welcome in. How you doing today? Raider! I did it. I got Baldur's Gate, or maybe this is something I had to be more excited about. I got Baldur's Gate. Game is a problem. I thought this game was a threat to productivity. Baldur's Gate's a good time. I'll try to drop off items. Good. Baldur's Gate's a real good time. Yes, I did. I'm going to do my first playthrough alone and without spoilers because Baldur's Gate. But I'm very interested in co-op. So we are again breaching the game's allotted processing speeds. Yes, 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 I did get the game, and it's a good game. I like the game a lot. The first character I made, I did the default Draconic Sorcerer. What is it? The Dark Urge. That was a decision, to say the least. It's, oof. Let's decide who we chose to romance. I did not expect the romance element at all. I went so long without taking a long rest that the game started giving me notifications like, you can't use your abilities because you haven't used a long rest. And I'm like, oh, okay, so we'll do a long rest. And then suddenly, shirtless guy, and I'm like, oh. I see where this is going. So naturally, I'm not going to finish that statement. Did it stare and try to nibble? Maybe. Nibbling seems to be quite the popular pastime for characters in that game, which I suppose is understandable. Alright, so now we're back to coding this madness. I think we just give this a shot, see what happens. We are absolutely... They're so insanely thirsty. They are. Like, they're not even clever about it either. It's like, if you're gonna be thirsty, either be... Like, they're like this weird mix of coy and... it's like this weird mix of coy and incredibly forward, where it's like, if you have something you want, like if you want something, either be forward with it or make it a point of being, what's the word I'm going to use? A point of being, I'm going to say entertaining with it, as opposed to just the awkward middle ground. I think is the best way to describe it. It's just awkward. I'm like, okay. But I suppose not everyone can be the dashing bard. Alright, so we got the Middle Astronomicon. Let's test this out. You just want your cute owlbear. I like it. I saw an owlbear, and I was like, oh. As someone who's played D&D, notably, I remember why this medium was here. As someone who's played notable amounts of D&D, I know what owlbears are. I just did the thing that I do with most books, where I just did not consider what it actually looks like. I just gave it some half-formed mental image. But actually seeing an owlbear in full video game quality modeling, it's like, this is better than I thought it would be. The shovel is the best pet. Okay, so they gave us a pile of dirt and a buried treasure chest, like, right at the beginning of the game. I'm like, okay, so obviously you need a shovel to interact with certain things. But I'm going to take a guess and make the claim that beyond that first use of the shovel, you probably almost never need the shovel again. And I'm sitting there like, I'm gonna carry this shovel forever. Just in case. It's probably never gonna be used again. But I'm still gonna carry it for that one time. Use shovels a lot? Oh good. Because there's lots of corpses. Withers! I was wondering if Withers was a specific to the Dark Urge, because the Dark Urge, it has some, I'm going to describe as interesting dialogue because of the very necrotic nature of things. But I also figured that Withers is too important of a mechanic to not... too important of a mechanic to have locked to a specific background. Withers like Alpha is a lich. Yes, yes he is. And it makes me happy. You're one of the gamers with a backpack full of just in case potions. Not really. I use my I use potions all the time. I use all the things I have. It's just I also have a lot of just in case potions. Because I can. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for these guys. I needed these, but not here. Like, I don't have an obsessive compulsion to keep all of the potions and use them only at the right point in time. I actively use my potions. I just make sure to always have enough potions for whatever I'm needing to do. Potions are a resource, just like HP is a resource. You can't not use your resources. If you're running out of resources, you've got bigger problems. Here we go. This is the item I needed here. Half your rogues' hotbar is nothing but arrows, potions, and poisons. Dude, rogues seem really good. Another fun thing, a lot of the... I didn't realize just how D&D Baldur's Gate was, like mechanically. I can literally copy-paste builds from D&D and just use them as is in Baldur's Gate. Mind you, they did seem to do a bit of balancing, around some things aren't quite so broken. Like the Draconic Sorcerer isn't just walking death, walking metamagic death. Which is probably for the best, but that's what I was trying to go for. As is, you can still do stupid amounts of nuking. It's like, oh no, let me just cast 4 spells in a single turn, because that's okay. Okay, so we've got the Astronomicon here. And you, Beacon Bot. Alright, so let's just send you over to, we need some place that has metal but isn't on grid. You know, I guess that's what the testing space is here for. I just don't want to consume it all. There, and fix the ranger that wizards have been unable to for a decade. I can imagine. You can't get Coke Warlock to work side. Really? Like, that's one of the ones I wanted to look into to see if I could get that one to work, because that seems like it would work. Then again, I haven't played around with the Coke Lock enough. Really at all. I looked into it, I was like, oh look, all the named abilities are here, so it seems like it has all the things it needs. Okay, so we've got to deal with this behavior. Move units. And if it fails to get the closest, then it waits. Because I don't have the null check into the double in the routine here. Not fireball proof enough. Okay, so I do have an I have to deal with it. I have to deal with this now. I knew this was an issue to deal with before, and I just haven't dealt with it. I need to deal with this now. because we don't have the null check fails here. So if distance to this is null, or if this is null, then this becomes here, it passes on. So we need to do a null check before doing anything else. So we do flow, compare, no, math. Compare number here to null if equal, then for the moment, I will give this the same error code as distance. Oh, that was a mistake. What happened? Why can't I undo? Why is the undo button gone? Why is it gone? Oh no. Okay. This is a new game. It is a new game. Fresh, hot release. And I'm into it. Okay, so this is the exit. This needs to go here. Yes. Better. This is a new game. This is like Factorio. Satisfactory kind of game. Well, I'm going to describe it more like Factorio because it's top-down. Something more like Dice and Sphere. It's a little bit more RTS-y in that you don't have a main character. Instead, you control everything, just as an RTS. So you have all these minions running around doing things. But this is a factory builder, automation game, just like Factorio. The difference between this game, which makes it stand out, is it's very programming heavy. So I'm doing a lot of literal programming, even if it's flowchart style. None of the programming is a requirement to play the game. However, I like programming, and therefore I will program the Grey Goose scenario if it kills me, which is possible. Given I've already spent like 16 hours straight playing the game. I have a problem, okay? Lord knows I'm gonna get some dinner and then play more Baldur's Gate. Honestly, playing the Dark Urge makes me want to play Genocide playthrough because it feels like that's the thing to do. It's like this is what the character is meant for, even though it's very much so against my playstyle for every game ever. Okay, so we've got a null check. So now if it's null, it should eject with an error code of 3. Let me do an alert for that. Actually, let me... Notify value. So if we get notification that we've passed, then we get a null check. We failed the null check. Alright, so we failed the null check. Yes, we failed the null check. Alright, great. So we failed the null check without crossing into the extraneous range. Okay, so if that's the case, then we also have another problem. The whole unlock thing. Because we're processing way too fast and the tick rate, the game is throwing us out of the game. The game is crashing. Like, it's actually getting a tick overflow. So we're doing this, comparing and then doing it again and breaking everything. Is there any way for me to relock once it's... Like, there's no way for me to relock, is there? Lock. I can unlock, but I can't relock. Okay. So, if I can't do that... Halfling's getting rerolled in that ones is amazing. Yes, there was a build that I saw where it's basically a... What is it? A clairvoyance? Based halfling. Whose whole gimmick just revolves around entirely preventing low rolls from happening by every point of inspiration and having advantage on everything, using the hit dice reroll, like everything for the halflings or the gnomes with the lucky perks, every single one of them, to the point where you can just decide what dice rolls happen at any point in time. The look of the flowchart to kill it in 97% of the player base. I think this game will not be long for the worlds. This game will not be long for the worlds because it is too hard to get into. If you take halflings and the lucky trait and go divination wizard, it'd literally be impossible to roll badly. I mean, that's... Yes. Yes. I think is the only answer I have to that. Only statement I have around that, and that makes it fun. Alright, so in an effort to prevent this thing from having a panic attack, we're going to give it a 1 tick timer. That's not 1 tick. Why are you doing this? How? I hate so much. 1 tick is like 1/5 of a second. Why are you still waiting? I hate this so much. All of this makes me want to rip it all off. Just oh, I see. It's going so fast it's not rendering. That's a different problem. Yeah. Stop behavior. Okay. So, if there's nothing nearby, we need a different error code then, I think. We do this, compare number. If it's 3... No, I should have already handled that. Because this comes default range, get closest entity. If nothing, we do... We're failing the null check. Because it's giving it 3. It should be equal to 3. Let's do another wait here. This one's on me. It's too close. Get over here. Bum, bum, bum. Looks like made by programmers for programmers. Yeah. So we are bouncing between these. Good. This is what I wanted to see. Which means one of these is messed up over here. One of these if statements is wrong. So we are getting over to here. We are getting over to here. We are getting over to here. We're getting a distance of null, which is jumping it back to here because there's nothing nearby.
Everything is new to me,
I see. Because in this logic, null and adjacent are the same value. So I need to change that. And I think the easiest way to do that is to go into the subroutine and get an actual value out of this. Because we detect it here, there's no reason for me not to be utilizing this. Okay. So number 5 will be null. So let's see if larger. No, we'll do this. There we go. So let us do set number, which is math. So we add yet another error code in here and attach it to this guy, set number. We want to do error code value set to error code 5, output here. Alright, so error code 5 is null value. That's to say there's no OR nearby. Minor subroutines, save. Now there's 2 of them. Delete the old one. What did I just do? We're missing a miner. Where's our crystal miner? Did I just delete my crystal miner? Why is it so hard to keep track of these things? Why is everything grayed out and sad? Okay. Either way, it's in here the way we need it to be. Custom double metal mine. Custom double metal mine. Alright, where are our crystal miners? I need you guys. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay, well that's fine. I'm gonna redo it all anyways, shortly. Alright, so we get a new return value out of this guy, which means I can undo a lot of this. So we try to mine, and then if let's just undo a lot of this, so we don't need this anymore. Alright, so if we are not near it, alright, have a good night, Raider. Catch you later. Oh, real quick, Raider, you guys were doing some multiplayer Baldurs, right? Because, depending on how quickly I get through Baldur's Gate, I could totally be down for some video gamified D&D. Because good game is good. Okay, so we check to see metal ore. We try to mine, we go to metal ore, try to mine it. Great. Get error code from the mine. If we are too far away, full group running? Okay. I wouldn't be joining in this, whatever playthrough you guys are going in at the moment anyways, because I still haven't done my first playthrough myself. That's definitely one of those games you want to do alone without spoilers. Well, I guess not necessarily alone, but without spoilers for sure. Such a good story. Okay, so we tried to get to another one, and if we can't get to another one... Try this. Messy miners again. Yeah. I'm trying to make a Grey Goose style harvest the world miner. This is getting more complicated. I just added an extra level of madness. A whole extra level of madness. Because I have to check in multiple places. This guy... Range type. This assumes that we have found one. Or that there will have been none. And we already have null checks involved here. Do we? It's inherent in this, as it will pass straight through if there's nothing in here. But it doesn't check to see if there's nothing there. The only null check I have is this guy inside here. So I think I need to... do null check in 2 places. No, I do not know how to remove foundations there, Night Rogue. Why are you yelling at me? Okay. Anomaly detected. Cool. I haven't tried to remove foundations. Don't know if it's possible. So if this returns null, then it just carries on, which is I think all we wanted it to do. Like I just needed it to error out and move on. I don't actually need this return value for anything. That does mean I need to check. That does imply that it was given a null value, which is a different issue. I could do a null check here, but it would also just go through this, and I could check the null here. Because if this is null, then there's nothing to mine. And there's nothing. No, that's not the case, because if I loop back around, which I'll have to do, it just means it was given a null. And there's 2 instances in which it can receive a null value. The first is on initial start, and on loop, the second is on loop back around. So I think I do need to check both, which is basically math. Check value of outputs. I could do this here instead. compared to null if larger. We go on if equal, then we move. I think this will never get thrown, but we'll give this a notification just in case. But if there's nothing nearby, then we move to range of beacon bot. Else, we try to go and mine, and then if there's nothing left nearby to mine, then we search for nearby ore, and then we mine again, and we repeat until we receive a null value a second time. A second time. This is just error codes. We are looking specifically for this one error code. But the second error code needs to be specifically error code 5. And if it is exactly error code 5, then we do another move unit. Alright, how messy does this look? I do not like it. So I will add another move unit range here with this target. And if it is any other error code, I do not care about it. It will never be larger because it can't be larger. However, it can be smaller, so it goes here. At which point, it should restart and attempt to do this. And do so again. And basically get stuck on this loop until it finds another metal ore. Okay. How can 5 be lower than 3? I think because it's comparing the value, not the 5. These are error codes which range from 1 to 5 inclusive. So if it is you're right, I've done this one wrong. Needs to go down here. That would have been obnoxious to figure out. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. If it is exactly 3, then we split. If it is anything else, we check again against a different if statement. And if it is exactly 5, then we do this. If it is anything else, then we carry on forward. These actually need to go back here, don't they? Because null is handled, and any other error code needs to go back to mining. Because the other error codes are battery, which we have a different bot solve. The other error codes are inventory, which you have a different bot solve. Those are the 2 error codes left. is its battery, inventory, range, null, and no error. Okay. So now this should go back here instead. Okay. So I do this. This guy should go running after the beacon, which is down the way down the road over here. And then once it gets to within a certain range, it will start mining. What is that range? Adjacent, pretty much. Alright, why is it not finding this metal ore? This is the null case, where it's finding nothing. Why are you finding nothing? There's metal ore right here. Regardless of how it calculates it, that should be detected. It is detecting the metal ore. Because it's not a number. Okay. It has a null number, so we need to get closest entity. I need to compare this to how do I compare this? Because I can't register it as... It's registering as a object that has a null quantity, and I'm comparing a null quantity. It's a different kind of null, but it is close enough that it is triggering this. It is an object with a null quantity, and I'm giving it a null object. Just a null object to compare against for the comparator. And it's registering as equal. Okay, that's good. Let's do this. .293 metal ore is the closest, because we were in the middle of an iron field. Let's go all the way back here, restart it. Return to number now. Yeah! That's new as of like days ago. Okay, so it is... This value is giving a proper null. Which means I can use this value in here. And then do the move units range to beacon bot here. How am I determining this? So I'm already checking. Filter. Distance. I need to... I guess I can do distance here. It would do the same thing. I need to do any calculation on this resource to give me a number is what I need to do. Which is incredibly jank way of going about it. But any calculation on this should give a null value. So I need to do any calculation whatsoever. Get resource number is fine. Distance should be also fine. And if this fails, because this failed, then this will be null. Basically, if this errors out, then this will be null, and I can compare it against this guy, is the thought process. Okay. So there is no entity nearby, so this errors out, and we go to the beacon. And then once we get close to the beacon, seems to be of distance 1, which is fine, I guess. It's not actually. Then it starts mining, and it will mine for however long it takes to fill this up. And then it will... I can't step. Can step. Kind of. Because it should already have passed the errors. So now... it has finished mining, and it will check to see if it has any errors, which it shouldn't have had, so we'll go down here. I'll check to see if it has any more errors, which it shouldn't have. So we'll have finished mining, and... returns back to trying to mine again. I think I do need to add a wait in here. Otherwise, it'll... instantly go through this and cause a tick overflow error. So flow... wait ticks... whopping... 1 tick. Just so it doesn't overflow. Okay. So I think we have functional little system here. Now I just need to have a bot that manages, because this guy manages, this, what's the power on this? Okay. Now I just need a bot that manages the inventories of these guys, and I need a bot which manages transportation of material. So to that end, we're having metal issues again. It's because we've harvested all the metal in the region. Okay. I need to find more metal that isn't our testing region metal. I think our best bet's probably over here. Yeah, we got a little bit over here. Unfortunately, it seems we are completely dry. So we may need to utilize our bots here a little bit earlier than necessary. A little bit earlier than I would like to have utilized them. Otherwise, we'd suffer immensely. It's a bit close to the testing region, but it'll be fine. Okay. Get some live tests. It's just what's going to happen here. Good news is, I already have a little army here to work with, so I can just kind of utilize these guys for the whole harvesting team situation. And stop behaviors and go behavior. Look at them go. They're trying desperately to find a mineral patch that isn't this one, and haven't yet succeeded, but they're trying. They'll find one eventually. Or this guy's having a mental breakdown. One of the two. Okay. Map is better than yours. There seems to be a substantial difference in like a very wide variety of a very wide variance between the different map generations. You like this song? It's a good song. I concur with this one. Okay, so the Metal Astronomicon, it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. It's just hanging out. Because it detects that there's metal nearby, so it's just... This guy was active the whole time and didn't notice. This guy, on the other hand, is not yet ready. Because this guy does not function without having someone manage its inventory for him. So, let's start doing that. We need another bot. Here, get out of the inventory. We need another bot. Hauler bot. Inventory manager. Transportation bot. transportation bot's probably the way to go. These guys are expensive. I wouldn't need many of them. These guys are expensive. Let's get one of you, and for the time being, I will grab a scout, take you off the network. Here. You are now part of the experimentation crew. Let's get one software core going. I need to redo these as well to get them boosted. Okay, so that'll be different. Let's take cables. Woof. Let's say, it's gonna be there a hot second. You need to have this disabled so that you aren't constantly around. Okay, so now these guys will be the transporters. Their whole lives will revolve around going from point A to point B. I originally intended to have a middle ground. Should I still have a middle ground unit? Maybe I should still have a middle ground unit. So I don't need to have the transporters. That's a lot of... How big am I going to make this operation is the question then. Do I need to have separate? Let's try doing it in one. So originally, what I wanted to have this do is I wanted to have one bot that just does nothing, goes around collecting ore from these guys and dumping it off into a transport bot, and the transport bot just goes from whatever position they are all the way home and then back. However, I'm thinking of having that transport bot actively collecting from these and like hunting these guys down individually, and then once it's full, then going back, instead of having a dedicated bot for just collecting. Are bots and their components too expensive to even have 1 to 3 end unit buffer factories? Just like a factory for each body type, only allowed to have 1 at a time, and a factory for each component keeping at most 3. In short, yes. Mechanically, that's what I have. That's what I'm doing, Ginger, which is why it takes forever for it to craft, because it's waiting for those end products to all become available. Like bots, for example, require 5 of these, or at least this transportation bot requires 5 of these optic cables, and I have 1 of them. I don't have anything that's just going to like it's automatically start processing them. It's just I just have the end products being made as quickly as possible, and I have exactly 1 optic cable right now. After all these years. Speaking of which, I should do this. I can use shared storage for that. And I would not want to use shared storage for that. Mechanically, it would probably work. I would not want to use shared storage for this. Let's do the hybrid code, and I can snip it up into subroutines later. So first off, we're going to need beacon bot, and then we're going to need drop off. First, we go to range of beacon bots. Then we do, once we are there, just gonna outline this real quick. We math. Where are our loops? Loop entities. For each entity in range of 15. We will do filter to check of type units, robots, units. Information. Is there a way to determine if the robot is owned? We want all owned units. Are these... I don't see if there's a way to gauge if this is considered an owned unit. Oh gosh. Alright, well... let's just notify entity if it detects. Okay, so it's not detecting any owned robots. What about robots? It's not detecting any robots. Okay, so these are not considered robots. Good to know. What about units? Yes, these are considered units, but not robots. Understood? What about owned units? Yes, these are considered owned units. Great. Alright. For every owned unit, we need to math. Get ingredients. Count items. For each nearby friendly unit, we need to get the item, get the amount of metal ore inside, and throw it up on my screen so I can see that it worked. It is. Great. Once we get close enough, we should start seeing a bunch of other numbers appear here. Excellent. Okay. There we go. So we are going through every item, reading their inventories. Hey there, Justin. Velkommen. And welcome back, Andromeda. From here, I need to go to if it has math. compare number of results compared to 1 or higher. As if it's smaller, we just go back, but if it's equal or higher, you know, actually I should probably boost this up to 20. So we have at least one stack. Compare here. If equal or larger, we want to pick up items from entity A and then do it again. And then if we are full, check space for item. So many different input item can fit in the inventory. Let's see if we can fit an extra stack. Item to check can fit. I don't like this, but I know it's better than the other options. Okay. Compare number. Results if it is 20 or larger. Then we carry on. If it's smaller, then we drop off items at drop off. Easy. Okay. Beacon bot. We should just be able to test this out as is. And go. And it's just gonna go all the way. Oh my sweet Jesus, this thing's already created. Did not expect. You accidentally opened Oprah and nuked your eardrums. Oh no. Okay. This guy should just kind of go. He's just gonna go collect from these guys and bring that all the way back. That's working. This is working. Okay, so two things. One, stop. Two, internal behavior over here. Bring you back here. Get you back on the grid. Beacon bot. Drop off. Here. And I think we're about fully operational. This also doesn't have to be metal specific. Okay. Harvest team transport bot. And or type Okay. Why is this a behavior controller and not named? Because I never named it. Also means I never saved it, which is concerning. Harvest team metal miner. Okay. I wonder if I should have the subroutine attempt to split so I don't have to have all these. Because if I were to do this, I could just have a if statement over here that handles all the things. Because these numbers are what change. Let me check that. Because now we're going to get even more advanced with this. Which is interesting to me. Reads value from component register. Set to component. Doesn't seem to be a way for me to read what the component is. Unless I were to unequip component. What is... I guess I could compare the components. If I were to just attempt to equip and unequip every component. And if it works, then I know what the component is. Man, that is messy. There's also no way for me to determine which slot the component is in, which is just extra level of painful. Alright, I'm going to save this again because I'm nervous that I forgot to save it. And now I'm going to save this. This is a miner, harvest team metal miner. Save. Done. This game's code is full of hope. Yes, yes it is. Okay, let me get an additional capacitor in here because we'll be going a long way. Is there anything else here I want?
Every little thing I do brings me right back to you. I try to walk away, but you're loving like cocaine. Now when she in my bed, I think of you instead. When you're under me, girl, I'm under pressure. You always find a way to cave me.
It's fine.
I try to drown you out, now it's
And
you don't know what you do to me. I'm sleeping with the enemy. You always find a way to cave me.
go. It vacuumed up everything from the storage block. Oh no. The reason it's not dropping off items, by the way, is because there's not enough room here to drop off items, so it's not trying. We're missing out on silica, by the way. Alright, so now I just need to convert all of these mining teams into these guys, and then go nuts. So let's... half of these are still using the old miners, so I have to make another one for the old miners. That was copy-paste, so that's not a big deal. Alright, so stop you. So we load from library miners, we do mining laser, load, and now we save you basic miner. Harvest team metal miner, basic miner type. This needs to get replaced with miner subroutine. The custom double basic miner. Let me rename this because I don't like the name. Mine. Remove custom, it's obviously custom. Mine. Take D&D terms. Twinned mine. Basic miner. This does not have the null check upgrade. So what I need to do is get these values here. That's 13 and 20. So we need to load. Here we go. And now we need to end mine. Basic miner. And this needed to be 13 and 20. And you need to be the basic miner. Okay. Okay. Game needs a way to easily export these scripts. It kind of sort of does. We're doing it earlier, like behavior and clip. This is, you can copy to clipboard and paste it anywhere. And say I would copy this to clipboard, I could literally paste this in chat for you. I would be able to if it wasn't 537 characters long and way outside the maximum. Limit for a single chat message. So we have twinned mine basic miner here. Did we save it? Nope. Let's save it. Which means I can get rid of this. Okay, in comparison with 3 hours in Desynced program, you'd have a planet infrastructure that started high-tech voyages. Another 3 hours is a planet-sized foundry going on, and this spaghetti code. Yes. Pastebin for the win. Yeah, actually. Probably Pastebin for the win. Speaking of Desynced, are you looking forward to the PvE update for Desynced? Because I am. Alright, so harvest team, basic metal miner. We will save this into the library. Miners. And save. Okay. Now I'm curious, what does the clipboard look like for this? Copy to clipboard. This needs to be even bigger. Yeah, this is a 960 characters long for that one. Looking forward to it for years. I know, right? Dyson Sphere, I will say their studios, there are very few studios that I trust. That's, I think, the end of that statement. That I don't have anything else to add to that. And because of that trust, I have some measure of hype is not the right word, but hope that it will be enjoyable. And I look forward, I truly do look forward to it, and I will 100% be blasting out all the joy that is Dyson Sphere program when they drop the update. Maybe a week after they drop, but we'll see. We'll see how it comes around. But I look forward to that. Realize I left this notification in here because it should never happen, and I need to know. I can recopy later if necessary. Alright, so now we have Harvest Team here. Undo this. Okay, so now we have an operational Harvest Team. Excellent. There you go. Something's not right. I need to be this guy. Yes. Because this can be hard-coded. Should that be hard-coded? I don't like this being hard-coded. I really don't like this being hard-coded. But it's also... I'm not going to use anything else other than twinned. For the purposes of twinned mining, I'm not going to use anything else. Is just you the multiply 2 to... No, it is not. The reason for that... Let me show you this. So notice that this bot, particularly this twin bot, thus the twinned mine, the twin bot has 2 mining components. However, programmatically, like algorithm, you cannot interact with the second component whatsoever. Every value, everything always works off of the single component value, like period. You can't adjust that. So because of that, I have to take into account the mining time of 2 miners, not just 1. So it takes, what is it, 26 ticks for a basic miner, a single basic miner, to harvest a single piece of ore. For the metal ore, it's different. The time is different. The tick time is different for every single ore type. So for metal ore specifically, it takes 26 ticks for a miner to harvest it. I think technically it takes 25, but if you attempt to do it on 25, then it sometimes doesn't work, because not every single one of these... It is a little bit inconsistent how quickly the machine can process logic. So you need to have that 26th tick in there, otherwise it will not be reliable. But I can't just put 26 in there and let it go, because I have 2 components, so I need to basically divide it by 2. So I take 26 divided by 2, and then I multiply the current inventory space by 26 divided by 2. Therefore, I know how many ticks it will take for me to actually harvest everything. And then I just wait for that time. Now, here's the thing. Because 26 ticks is the minimum required to harvest a single piece of ore, I need to save for the edge case where I only need to harvest a single piece of ore. So if, say, my inventory is not full, but my inventory is exactly Well, hello there. If it isn't Elia coming in and rejoining the Curse, still a month behind. Hey, you know what? It's catching up. Welcome back, Elia. How are you doing today? Can't you do it with an inventory count? Yes, I am doing it with an inventory count. But then I need to know how long do I have to wait for the mining to happen. And if it's exactly 2, which is the answer, then I need to... I'm sorry, if it's exactly 1, then I need to wait for less than the standard time, or for more than the standard time. Whereas the standard time would be 13 ticks. Because on average, it harvests... These 2 will harvest 1 every 13 ticks. Unless you have exactly 1 item left to harvest, in which case it will harvest 1 every 26 ticks. Thus the 13 plus 20, and I have the extra plus 20 here because I got pissed at it and stopped trying to make it close. So I just gave it some extra 7 ticks of safety so that I wouldn't have to ever look at it again, and just accept that the 79th tick will be an extra couple long. Just fine. I can live with it. Have I tried Baldur's Gate 3, and if so, how do you like it? I have tried Baldur's Gate 3. I have not been spoiled about anything about the game. I intend to keep it that way. It's good. I like it. I've created a Draconic Sorcerer, and by Draconic Sorcerer, I mean I chose the default character. The Dark Urge, which is an interesting character to start with. Pretty certain that is like the genocide route character, and that makes my first playthrough a little bit weird, but I'm okay with this. You were using the twinned on the lone one, and that wasn't working well. Yeah, I have to have a different subroutine for each combination. I have a different subroutine, basic, minor, for each one. And when you post BG3, spoilers will be excommunicated. Yeah, that's the idea. So does that make sense? They're destroyed. Okay, so what I need is another one of Hound, although I could use a Cub for the moment. Think about it. Something irresistible. A Dark Urge character to start out. I know, right? It's like, I didn't know what I was getting into because it was very vague. Like, this sounds interesting. I wanted to play Draconic Sorcerer to start with, and I figured it would be okay. And I didn't realize that one came with baggage. That one came with a lot of baggage. Like, Warlocks have less baggage than that guy, which is impressive. All y'all hanging out over here trying to drop off with this one. And we're not using any metal because we don't have any silica, and we don't have any silica because all our silica miners are currently occupied. Occupied and not having anything left to harvest is what. Okay. Let's do another power pole construction here. Construct, please. You're playing a Drow Druid. It also has baggage. Had a few fight just because they saw Dark Elf. Understandable. Yeah. Druid seems like a really fun character to use in Baldur's Gate. Do we have any extra of these? Yes, this was the requested test. Alright, so now we need to modify this guy to be Well, hello there.
Warning, nuclear launch detected.
Nuclear launch. If it isn't destroyed, coming in with the support, thank you, thank you. Thanks for the help. Glad
Thanks
you
for
enjoy.
your help, smiley face.
Sure thing. I'm always happy to help about such things, although I don't necessarily have the time all the time. I think we'll put this in the miners. Metal Astronomicon, save you. What I should probably do is start posting these online, because these are getting to the point where they are usable, or at least adjustable to people. You sad to see Kobold and Goblin are not race choices. I mean, those are always kind of wild. It's hard to get a Goblin and Kobold's character into anything lore related without being, while also giving the player agency, and it's still being within the normal behaviors or expected behaviors of the characters involved. Okay, so now we have, we'll do Silica next because that's what we need. Silica Astronomicon. Do you prefer fluffier scaled kobolds? Oh no. Alright, so Silica Astronomicon gets Silica hard-coded. Realizing now there's no reason for the Astronomicon to be hard-coded or anything, is there? Nope. We can just have Astronomicon. Alright. Resort, harvest, team, Astronomicon. Alright, we'll do this. And then parameter. Wait. I already have. What have I done? What's going on here? I can't think of a reason why we would need to have this hard-coded, so I'm not going to have it hard-coded. I know why I originally had it hard-coded, but I can't think of a reason why it needs to be anymore, so I'm not going to have it hard-coded. Joe Cat's kobolds are fun. Joe Cat is an amazing content creator. He does very, very good stuff. Okay, so we'll just do harvest team Astronomicon. Done. I don't know why I'm going with this. I should probably give it something less arcane. Okay. There. Reasonable. Harvest team beacon. Target ore. Yes. Okay then, under... Do I put this under miners? Yeah. Harvest Team Beacon. Bot. Save. Which means I can delete Metal Astronomicon. And then play you, and we copy you over to this guy who needs a radar. It's basic internal radar will do. Portable radar. Do I have portable radar available? I don't know if we need to have one available. Okay, library, miners, harvest team beacon bot. Yes. And we set you to... I think we don't have any portable miners available, so we're going to... or portable radars available. We're going to make one. You need a pair of... refineries. We need another one of these. Okay. I think class and race mods would probably be pretty close up there. I would not imagine. I mean, I'm sorry. I can't imagine. I would expect that to be the case. I just have no strong opinion on the matter. So is the enemy... Are there enemy in this game, or is it just versus the all-consuming entropy of the universe kind of game? It is more so versus the entropy. Technically, there are hostiles. I have an army specifically for them, but I haven't needed to use it for a little while. Mostly because we've cleaned most things up pretty well. For the moment, at least. However, I do need to come over here and start clearing out this area. Hello there, April. Welcome in. How you doing today? I'm gonna kill my power. I do not have the power to upkeep this army. Like, I have to keep them shut down, or I cannot fuel the army. It's a problem. Like, it's a real problem. These guys on the old subroutine are having a mental breakdown. That's fine, I suppose. Let's do this here. Grab you. Hello, army. How you doing? Next. This is working, although I need to get them all switched up. But first, we need to get the silica stuff going. Alright, so harvest team. We can do silica, and just go. There should be no silica around. Great, great, love to see it. We need to sacrifice more psychers to the Golden Throne. Yes, there's a list of things we can and will be doing. Transport bot, I need one of you. And other than that, I just need to have a sacrificial silica guy. Sacrificial silica bot come over here to work with. Oh, that was done. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Stop, go. Okay, we should have a couple of you guys hanging out. Go do this. crystal again, aren't we? Where did crystal mining go? It's not here. Whoa! Oh no. Oh no. Stop it. Thank you. Oh god. Alright, you guys just get on the grid and then go do whatever you're gonna do. Where did my crystal miners go? Husband made you breakfast in bed. Homemade pancakes and coffee. It's a good pancake. Add cinnamon to the batter. Yes, the amount of times adding spice to the batter of something makes it many times, well, better is... It's hard to understate that. Just put spices in things. I'm gonna dive back to Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Elliot, so I'm like incredibly interested in doing a multiplayer playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, but only after I've played the single player. Which is a work in progress. This is just a mess. Ship repair high density frames. Ah, so we need to get the rocket going, as it is. Okay, so which one of you was my arbitrarily choosing you? Dump stuff off here. We're coming over here, and we are redoing you because you are no longer on the grid silica. You are now a miner. Harvest team. Metal miner, basic miner. Load you, and we're swapping you out to this team. Silica miner. I should probably change this to twinned. God, this naming conventions. Ugh. Cow bomb and BG3 equals 9 million damage. Oh no. Not sure why the meta magic is so pathetic on launch. I imagine because it's so powerful in D&D that it's game breaking, and they kind of needed to nerf it to make it not be the only thing people play. But maybe they went a little far. That said, I've been enjoying the character as I have it, and I'm playing a meta magic heavy sorcerer. Alright, so now we need to swap this guy out with the silica version. So this will need to be silica 80 instead. And I'm just going to convert this to the silica numbers, because I don't want to redo all the extra checks and such. That just adding and changing the numbers will be easier. Now, what the numbers are exactly, I do not know. However, I can find out by looking into these. 15 and 16. Go. Do these guys really already finish? These things devour silica like no one's business. Alright, so 15 and 16 are the numbers I'm looking for here. And we need to go into this. I forgot that this needs to be, that these are specific to the type. This is twin silica mine specifically. It's not just twinned mine, it needs to be twin silica mine. Which means another thing to add to the name. 15 and 16. Twinned silica mine, basic miner. I'll save you under minor subroutines. Twinned silica mine. Save. So we have twinned silica mine, basic miner, twinned mine, basic miner. Custom, these two need to go away. Something's wrong. I'm missing one. These are the metal mine, twinned metal mine, basic miner. Load in silica mine. Okay. You could add past to para for the multiplier and add so your subroutine would only be 1. I see what you're saying there, and I don't really like it, because that puts the logic on the person putting the parameter in and not into the code. It's not wrong, it just requires an extra level of complexity. It is easier for the observer to see the difference in names and see twinned metal mine, twinned silica mine, and pick the correct one than it is to just have to know what the numbers are in order to use either of them. So I'd rather just go with this. Alternatively, I could have it such that it detects the target ore and does an if statement here and says if silica, use one number, if metal, use another number. Which I'm actually I do like that. I do like that. Because up until this point, it's agnostic depending on what kind of item it is. But at this point is when it matters. That would be even better. This was something I considered doing at some point and said no because it was complicated. And I think I just want to do it now. Because there's also the question of this also doesn't take into account whether or not there are things left to mine. As in, let's say that there are only 20 ore left in the node, but we have an empty inventory, then it will wait sitting at the node until, for the entire duration of time it would take to fill up the inventory, despite the ore being depleted relatively quickly. And that's something that we aren't considering either. Like, this is far from a perfect... this is a far from a perfect thing. It's just, on average, way more efficient than the one that it comes with, which is why I'm using it. Now, this would be a convenience. You know, I guess I could just do it. Now that we have this, check space for item. Target ore. If it's full, return full, else it's not full. Inventory size parameter. This is the maximum inventory size of ourselves. Is it possible to get maximum inventory size of ourselves? It's how many the input item can fit in the inventory. I think we use this instead. We're doing upgrades already. And I do want to make it agnostic. Battery. So what I need is from the target ore, which is the actual resource node entity, we need to get the ore type. So we start with get the amount of resource in target ore. From the results of this, we need to match target ore Is there a... data type switch? No. I mean, a switch would be nice, but no. Where is match and why is it not in flow? Is it up here? Okay. Do I want to do this? Is this it? silica. If silica. I need to think. Which order do I need to do this in? I think I need to do it in this order. I target the resource. We check to see if there's space. It's how many the input item can fit in the inventory. And then we do this. I think match doesn't work this way. Let me think. Compares item, or I think we need to do item here. Compare item or item type. Let me think. To get the resource number, how many of the input item can fit in the inventory? There's too many things I don't know about here. I need to test this first somewhere. Okay. We're just gonna leave that right there. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this in the inventory. Just leave that there for a moment. We're going to request a new one. Give me behavior controller, please. And we're just going to play around at this for a second or several. So let me think. So I need to take a target ore, which is obtained via get nearest entity of type. And then I need to determine how to break it apart. Can I match it to see if it's ore? Can I match it to see what kind of ore it is? Can I get the resource count? Can I check to see if it's inventory? How much of this breaks things is the question. Alright. So let's just get nearest entity. Nearest. Nope. Closest entity of type. I'll go with silica because I got silica on the brain. And then if that entity will be a resource node. So now I have it in resource node. If that resource node is just see what happens if we match. So this should give a success here. Nope. Notify. Notify if match, yes. If not match, panic. So we'll do this, play. Okay, it did notice silica sand, so that did match. So this matches, but this is not likely how I'm going to use it. Instead, we're going to do something probably more along the lines of get resources number and use this. Get closest entity of this type. Resource node to check. Results. So I need to determine what kind of resource it is at this point. Yeah, okay. It's failed. It's resulting in a number compared to this guy. So not match. But if we instead do compare item, if equal versus if different, we need to have this, and this can be the hard coded here. Does it only care about the item type and not the number? Oh, that worked. Okay. So we get a number here, and it is considering these equal, despite this having a null number and B being a number of 234. So 234 silica is equal to null silica. Not 0, but null silica. Great. Alright. So this works. Convenient. Null is equal to a number. My favorite kind of null. Not actually my favorite kind of null. So now we're back to this guy. This guy, not match. We do get space for item. I think I need to check that first before we jump into trying to use that, because that's another important one that I need. Get resource number. We need to do get space for item. Get space for item. Unless I want to do an inventory comparison. This needs to be here. Let's see. Okay. It does actually tell me exactly how many of these I can have. Input item can fit in the inventory. Do we have a node here that's smaller than 60? Does this give me... This is not a resource node, and I believe it's now too far away. Do we have a resource node that is tiny? We're talking real small. It seems not. Hmm. entity. So the reason this isn't working is because of get resource node. However, if I do this, can I then scan it? No. If I were to do this, is JavaScript node be anything? Oh, it's not working at all. That's because this is not a number. You need to get an actual number out of it. I do like the get resource here. However, this returns a null if it isn't a resource node and it's just another item, like a dropped item. Which I think is fine, actually. Because if we ignore dropped items, I'll have the... No. So we won't get the Swiffer to pick it up either. Currently, our miners actually do pick up raw bits off the floor. As it gets closest entity, moves to it, and does things to it. Which I guess probably won't change, will it? Because if you move to one of these piles for any reason, it picks it up, doesn't it? So if I were to do this, no, it doesn't. Okay, I'm wrong. It detects it moves to it, doesn't pick it up. Alright, so we do this. We'll type this. This should break because it'll detect this guy and not this guy. So what I need is get closest entity of type mineable silica. And now it should work. Yes. It'll get me exactly 60, which is the number I need, so I don't have to do the math thing anymore. The inventory check anymore. And then, because the null is equivalent to 60, then it moves on. Okay, was there anything else here I needed to test? Space for item, count items. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so check space for item. I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to get space for item. So let's do this. I hate so much. I hate how you can't undo either. Ugh. All right. Just put you here. Put you here. Okay, so we don't want to get space for item. Instead, we do... we don't want to check space for item, we want to get space for item. That's an error code. And in order to get space for item, we need to get resource num from the item, from this. Now, one thing I haven't tested is what happens if the resource node is smaller than the lists, which we may be able to test here coming up on nowish. We missed the opportunity to test because they harvested this thing so fast it blew through. Is there another node of any other type here that's less than... I think Blight chunks are probably going to be a good bet for that. Yes. Let's scan off of Blight here. If we do get closest entity of type Blight, and scan, break because this is not Blight. Blight 60. Okay. So no, it doesn't check to see the current count in here. Rather, it'll check to see the current count, but it won't. It doesn't have any inherent. Yeah, okay. So it checks the current count, returns 11, but does not check to see against the inventory size. It just says, we see there's only 11 in these, but you can fit 60, so we're going to return 60. Okay. You only saw 2 power run videos, or did you miss them? I have not finished the power run. The 2 videos that you have seen are the 2 videos that have been played up until this point. Alright, so that's going to make my life... This is going to make my life more difficult, but I can work with it. There's tiny black crystal chunks right here that I walked right by. That's fine. Okay. So. Here it is. So we get the resource number and get space for item. Compare number, compare number, compare number, compare number. This. Okay, so I'm going to need 2 variables here, A and B. We need to compare these 2. So first, get resource number, and then get space for item. So we know how many are in the node that we're going to, and we know how many slots are in our inventory. So I need 2 things. I need to compare the number, and then I need to calculate ticks off. I need to compare the number and branch 3 ways. At least 3 ways. Probably. I'm gonna need to branch 1 way per item type. Which is a lot of ways. But we know compare item works this way. It was compare item, right? I'm not... Yeah, okay. And it works with get space for item. So we have get space for item, output, compare item. So now we'll do, I don't know, iron check. If iron then we... I don't need another count items, do I? No, I don't need another count items. Then we know what the get space for item is. So I don't need subtract anymore. I can just take this, multiply it by... We'll still have to deal with the twinned bit, because that hasn't changed. So it's just multiplied by the space for item, the available inventory slots, divided by 2 plus 16. But first, I need to do the floor of the two comparisons. So math, multiply, subtract, compare number. So now we need to compare A against B, and if equal, then it doesn't matter. We can use A or B here. You could add a parameter for the twin. I don't think I... yes, I could add a true-false for the twin. At this point, it wouldn't be that much more complicated. Okay. What was I doing? Yes, iron. Iron was 13. And it's supposed to be 14, but I had it on 20 because I got sick and tired of it. So that should be good. Now, if they're equal, it doesn't matter which one. If A is larger, then we use A's value, which copies this. Let's see, so we need to do multiply. If A is larger or equal. There we go. I was like, well, I'm missing one. What am I missing? It's that one. Smaller, then we do... if A is smaller, then we do from A multiplied by 13. Then add... There we go. So that should be the space for item. Alright, so if the resource node is larger or equal to... I have this reversed. If the resource node is greater than the current inventory, then I need to use the current inventory. So this used to be the other way. No, what am I... Why? Why am I like this? If the resource node is I can say it, I can write it down, but putting it into flowchart. This is just my relative inexperience of flowcharts. If the resource node is smaller, wait, no. The resource node is greater than the inventory, then we need to use the inventory. If the resource node is less than the inventory, we need to use the resource node. So I had it right the first time. There we go. If it's smaller, use the resource node. If it's larger or equal, use the inventory. Great. Okay, if it isn't iron, then we compare item again. If it is, instead, silica, we need to do pretty much the same thing. Let's see. I don't know what the silica values are. Let me check on this. What's going on? Nothing's happened back at the base, and this concerns me. What are the silica values? Silica values are 15, 16. Great. Nothing's happened back at the base because there's nothing to happen back at the base. Let's fix that. Hello, Anomaly. How you doing? Okay, let me check on this. Was there anything else I needed to start creating? Yes, these guys. Data cube matrices. Oh my god, these are comically expensive. Holy smokes. Did it make your on-demand system? No. No, not yet. Transport bot is created. We have devoured this iron, at least most of it. Where's iron transport bot? Sitting over here waiting. Okay. We need 2 of these. Imagine I join someone else's co-op game and I just commandeer a few bots and create the Astronomicon party. Go on a purge of all things, resources across the world. Because I can. My data cube matrix. I do not have enough resources to... The entirety of my base, if I were to cannibalize it, I would not be able to create these. That's the world we're living in right now. Where's my bot? Here it is. Because it was 15 and 16. Feature creep. Can't escape it. Alright, math, multiply. If we're dealing with silica here, we need to grab... It's the same logic. Compare item first. Compare number first. If equal or larger, grab B, multiply by 15, and then we put it output to...
These storage devices still have an intact matrix. They can hold the info in the data cubes. The similarity to our own
You know what? Putting this on D. We wait for D. Just I don't want to interact with that variable again. It's too intertwined with everything. Alright, and we need now to set to component. Nope, gotta add first. Add. Step it. C, add 16. 16. And then put it to D. And now set the component. I'm putting this way out here for reasons. Okay, now that should be the same thing. Now we need to modify this multiplier. This compare number needs to be A to B. A and B in this order. Now we need another multiply. Multiply from A times 15. Microphone, stop falling off my desk. There we go. To C and right back up here. All right.
Warning. Nuclear launch detected.
Well, hello there. How you doing?
Humanity when we encounter Xenos, not made in God's image.
Yes! I mean, no. That's a terrible, terrible thing to do. How's it going, Andromeda? Uh-oh, I have an error code that broke. Which error code is this? This is error code 4. Error code 4 is no inventory. We need to do inventory check here, compare number. We'll get some love in chat for Andromeda is coming in with the nuclear launch. Space for item B compared to I hate so much. What happens if you compare null to 0? Does it please? This one's easy to test. This one's easy to test. I just have to have it pass every error check and then have it be full on inventory. Easy to do. In fact, let's do that right now. Notify me of Blight extraction if inventory is full and you try to mine. Give me... you guys have silicon here. Flood my inventory. this is not a silica miner. Okay. Alright, sweet Jesus. I thought the big headache for his last stream that null not equals 0. You are correct. Null does not equal 0, except for when it does. It's one of the less consistent elements of the game. Oh, wait a minute. You're probably having a panic attack. Get away. All right. Okay. So, error code 4. We got it. That's fine. Next, we check if we're mining iron. If we're mining iron, we do the iron mining ticks for twinned, and then we set it appropriately. Or we weight appropriately. Next, we check for silica. Do the appropriate silica mining tick set, and then set here. Is there really nothing else I can do? No, these are all just different. Are they different? Is there a reason I can't bring this one out here to make it more simple? Get space for item. We have the get space for item, but we know what the resources are. So if I were to compare this number out here, that subroutine gonna be bulletproof? Yes. It's so many. We have 5 different error codes this thing can throw at this point. We don't even have a proper try-catch system. I need to stare at this for a moment and think. Can I bring this number out here? Just so I have fewer... Compare item. I think I can, because I can compare item and then set whichever one is larger to the output. I will have to do an extra command for that, but that would be one fewer command to have to do on the if statement, which is technically less efficient, but way less clicking. Like an order of magnitude less clicking. It's specifically a power of 2 less clicking. Which I think is worth it. So what we do here is we compare. This checks to see if there's inventory space. If there is inventory space. Resource number. Is there? Can I not check that earlier? Not meaningfully, no. Okay. If there is inventory space, then we need to math compare number here. What I'm looking to do is compare A to B. Compare A and B. If A is bigger, we'll do a set here. Set number. if equal sets, I'll just, if they're equal, it doesn't matter. So I'll set value B to B and put it at C because they're equal. You know what? A to B, just to mess it up. Set A and B to C, and then we move forward. If larger, then we set number. This is a mistake. I'm regretting downloading this game. It's going to drive me insane. Alright, if they're equal, that's done. If this is larger, then we set, and we need the lesser of the two. So we need to set I don't know. Read from variable B. Set it to variable B. And set it to C. Okay, so we're just copying the number. Is there a copy? Copy the value from one to a frame register. Copy is easier. Okay, copy value B to C. I wanted to do the same thing here. Copy value. Ooh. Copy value B to C. Then I won't have to use B or C. I won't have to use A or B beyond this point. Same thing here. Copy value A to C. Great. So now I need to redo this. So in the case where C is the minimum, so now what we have here is that C is the minimum value between A and B, which is the only value I care about. So now we compare C, and if it is iron, then we go here. We don't need this anymore. So now I can just delete this and this and just multiply C to D, then add 20 to D, and then wait on D. Easy. Same exact thing here. I don't need this branch anymore. I don't need this branch anymore. I just compare to C, multiply to C, add to C, and output and wait on D. All right. This is going to look even more chaotic by the time I'm done with this. So from this point, I can bring all of these into here, as we've gotten the minimum function. I suppose I could do a minimum subroutine. Make it neater, make it more neat. Let me do that. Get minimum of multiple. Flow. call. Select subroutine, create new subroutine. Min. Part could be a subroutine. You know, I don't know if you mentioned that. I don't know if you mentioned that before I started doing the subroutine, but at this point, because it doesn't really matter. All right, so we need two parameters. A int a. I guess it doesn't really matter. Value a. Value b. And now we just compare number. Min returns the minimum of two values. Why do I capitalize things so much? You started playing last night. Needed tech unlock the programming? Technically, yes, but it's very early in the tech tree. So it's not super late. Okay then, and we just copy to a parameter. Minimum. Okay, so if A is larger, if it's equal, returns first value if equal. Okay. And we just copy A to outputs and then copy B to outputs. And that's it. That's the whole subroutine right there. If equal or larger, return first value, else return second value. We're saving this right here. Math subroutines. I want a new folder, please. Why can't I have a new folder? Give me a new folder. Okay. It leaves there now. All right. These are the same. Yes. Value A, value B, literally value A, value B, and of the minimum becomes C. So now I no longer need this or this or this or this. Much cleaner. Much more clean. Am I really not allowed to have more folders than 2 in my library? I am. Whoa, what just happened? New folder. Math. Min goes into something here isn't right. Math. Thank you. Min goes into math. Okay. You figured you knew which tech it was. You just started playing around the time. You should have gone to bed. You didn't have the time to find out for sure. Yeah, it's on the left tree. I can show you exactly. Here it is. It's this one right here. So when you're in the first tech tree, like right at the beginning of the game, it's right here is when you unlock logic. It's very early on. We are out of these. Which is happening because... out of crystal. Which is happening because... the crystal's already done. Yes. Yes, they are. Get over here. Alright. Silicon guy. I think I could have just copy pasted this and I've been done with it already. And just let the miners go and then not do coding. Flowcharting. But I had to go ahead and feature creep this thing into the next world. Okay, so we've got our return values here, call routine min, excellent. So now we need to determine which is which. Let me see. I'm not aware of a way for a subroutine to do this same side, like multiple exit. Because this doesn't give two different output nodes. Like, there's no, to my knowledge, there's no means of doing flow like that. What? Okay. It's fine. Okay. Bulletproofing it. This is adding additional features, which is usually the opposite direction of bulletproofing. But other way, compare item. If it's iron, then we do the twinned section. If I were to add the type of components, then this is where I would adjust the ticks. I would do a branch off here and have one be multiply and have one multiply and add for the basic miner, and one multiply and add for the laser miner. We're not doing that right now. Okay, then silica. Silica's already done, I think. Because we have the minimum of C, so we just multiply C times 13 plus 20 for iron. And if silica, it's 15, 16. C to D done. Next we need to do crystal. So we do not flow, but math. Compare number. Compare item, which is under flow. Which is under flow. We do value of C to crystal. I have no idea what the Blight chunks value is. That's not true. I've already done it once before. Alright, let us go inspect the crystal miners. How you guys doing? You're hanging out? Great, great. What does your code look like? Your values are 13 and 13. How do you work? I do not trust you for a second. How? You know what? We're gonna watch this for a second. Because it's almost finished here. Technically, I think 13 is the minimum, but without the +1, there's just like... It worked. Okay. I think I overkilled a little bit with the 13, but it's working fine. So we're just gonna accept that and run with it. Alright, so if this is the case, we multiply math.multiply C by 13. One times 13. Yes. 13 plus 13 D. From D add 13 to D. Throw you into this. Okay, now we do Blight crystal. Blight crystal. What are you? Oh. I didn't test this one. I think I'm not going to include Blight crystal here for reasons. Because I don't actually want Blight crystal. I mean, I guess I'm gonna need to. Yeah, might as well. Which means I need to test. Test. So you need behavior controller. Well, that's awkward. Can't go back in anymore. Okay. Let's start with you. Bring you back here. Down here, down here. I no longer need to test the inventory. Oh, whatever. Alright. It's probably easy to test here, using the full one. Because if it is Blight, we do flow, compare item value of C to Blight crystal. I'll put the same numbers here, and then we'll work with it. We'll start with just add. We'll do a set. Set number D. Start with 30. D. See how that works. Just because I want to double check to see what the value is here. I should just be able to set this guy. Go. It isn't working because... I have it hard-coded right now. Of 30. And it's doing silicon right now. I still have another hard code in there somewhere. Right here. Let's see, inventory size is no longer going to be relevant, but I think I need to put that in here. Go. Behavior of 30. Alright, so we made it a whopping just under a third. So we need to increase this massively. Or just under 2/3. So from 30, this is going to go up to like 50. We didn't get it? With 50? Holy smokes, it's got to be like 51. I think it might have to be 52. But it's going to be close with that. Alright, so 50... Stop it. Let's do 51. I think 51 won't work. I think it's got to be 52. $51 is working. $51 is working. All right. 51 is our number. If it stops working at some point, which it may, we can adjust that up an additional 1. All right. So we got 51 here, which means 25 times 25. Because we're twinned, it needs to be 25 plus 26. So when I multiply, if equal needs to be from C times 25 to D. And then add notify from D, add an additional 26, and overwrite D. Okay. And then if this is something else, I'm going to have an notification thrown in there. If different, I just want notify of just notify me. Period. Give me bug. Notify me of bug if it breaks. Probably shouldn't notify bug. I like notify bug because it feels good. Because bug. This is more of a not yet implemented kind of deal, you know? Actually, hold up. Self, get self. Notify self. Yeah. So if for whatever reason I tell this thing to harvest something that is not implemented, it notifies self saying warning, error. Okay, so this should now be agnostic. Agnostic is not the right word. It should now no longer need inventory size or anything. Inventory size here. We set components to infinity. Set to components. The value we need here should be C, specifically C. I didn't change C anywhere, did I? Okay. Should not have changed C anywhere. That's good. Can also do set, not set, but copy I don't like this. It's gross looking, but it's fine. Copy value of C to target visualizer. So I no longer need inventory size here. Error code still good. Target code are excellent. Okay, so this is now just twinned mine with basic miner. All of these values change completely if we use something that isn't the basic miner. Okay. No, twins and lonely. Yes. Yes. Twinned mine, basic miner. Okay. So if I were to come over here, just give it the target ore, it should work. This also means that this can be agnostic as well. It doesn't need to be silica miner. It's just harvest team miner now. Because this is similarly agnostic. This is now agnostic. The only thing that's hard-coded is this, but this can come from here. Target ore type. If I were to set to silica, the target ore type here, target ore type here. Just ore type. Like target ore type. Okay. Which was this? This was the instance where entity distance, something has gone horribly wrong. If this is the case, we'll take a look at this. Set number to 2 and then notify. So if I see the notification of 2 there, now this is it. Floor material for you, okay. Alright, so beacon bot is null, but silica on the other hand, if we're close enough, it should just start going. Did it save all of them? No. I'm going to give it a quick test real quick. Oh lord, it's going. I think this is the point where we just... Alright, why is it trying to mine 88? There's no world in which 88 is the right number. 78. It's displaying the number on the sand itself. Okay, this is a good test. Stop. Go do that. What's happening here? Value C should be the minimum of these. This is registering correctly. We're going through this path. If A is greater than or equal, then... Ah! Haha! Enter first. No, it's not. I did it again. I'm doing it again. I'll do it again. If A is smaller, copy. It is reversed. Okay. If A is smaller, copy A. B is smaller, copy. If A is larger, copy B. Okay. Resave this. Done. Now when we do this. There we go. Got the right number now. 36 is the right number. Okay. So this is looking solid. So this guy, twinned mine, basic miner. Holy smokes. Nothing about this. I hate the word basic in here just because nothing about this looks basic. But this is a mining subroutine. Twinned mine, basic miner, save. This is not complete, by the way. There are other ore types that we haven't unlocked yet. Just pointing that out. And now this should just be Harvest Team Miner, twinned basic miner. And the only reason I have this listed here is because it's included here, but I can swap this out. Once I get the numbers in, I should be able to swap this out without any change to anything here. Harvest Team Miner. Okay. Easy life. Let's do this. Do I want to have the beacon on there? I'm gonna need to add a subroutine that's gonna output only the 2 value you need. Yes, that is possible. Is it? I do actually think this is the appropriate place to do the subroutine. Or this is the appropriate place for it. Because that's just, it's hardly even a helper function. It's just an if state. It's just a switch statement. This is a single switch statement. Like, I really don't need a helper function for that. But alas, here we are. God, I wish I would I hate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 branching. The nested if statements are disgusting. It makes me disgusted that I have to see this. I did save this, right? Harvest Team Miner, twinned basic miner, save. Okay. All right. Let's get this guy back up to here. Actually, we'll give this to this guy because he needs it. And we also have the silica beacon here. Silica beacon's already working. It's an older model beacon, but it's fine. It doesn't need to be current model line. These guys need updates. I need to get all the values done on them first. Okay. We load from miners, mining team. Did I put it up here? Harvest team miner, harvest team miner. I am 100% convinced that I saved this guy up here. His code. Why do I not your code? Harvest team transport bot. Why is it not here? Save. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Miners, harvest team, and transport bot load. Beacon drop off points goes to silicon storage and ore type silicon. You are. Go. Collects. Beacon bot, go. You guys are all basic miners as well, so you can literally just get copy, paste, paste, paste. You guys are now a harvest team. Congratulations. Let's do hotkey. Not 0 for silica. All right, great. Stop all behaviors, start all behaviors. I would like you to have a capacitor. The moment this guy gets hit with 20, this will come grab it. It goes back. And now, they go pick up goodies. Yes, they do in fact pick up goodies. And they are waiting for what? They're in the Twinned Mine basic subroutine, waiting, I assume. Alright, we have encountered the first bug. First major bug, at least. Transport bot. Metal ore depleted. Okay, this has happened because they're waiting. They tried to mine a just dropped item, and the dropped item, oh, I forgot these guys are out here. They tried to mine a dropped item, and the dropped item was picked up instantly instead of needing to be mined. They did eventually get out of it once the timeout happened. But that happened because they went toward a resource, which was a pick-upable item. Of which they had space for. I guess it's not that big of a deal, but I could put another check for that here. Because that'll be pretty quick to encounter. I think it's just a match. Entity. If get resource. If this is a dropped item, I think it's considered a dropped item. Because we've already scanned it and determined its target ore. So where is another one of those piles? Because they're everywhere. Though I've done a pretty good job of swiffering up this area, I suppose. Done a pretty good job of swiffering the area. Well, that's awkward. Are there any dropped crystals? Any dropped things that I can click on and observe? Or have I really vacuumed it all up? Here's scattered resources. Yeah, sure, we'll test that out over there. If the item we encountered is a scattered resource, this is not the one I was editing. Oh no. Here we go. Oh no. Which one was I editing? Because it doesn't really matter. I think it was... Here we are. Okay, if it is a dropped item, then we just pick up item. Move on. Else, we do the rest of the thing. Save this. That's in the subroutine level. Math, minor subroutines, twinned mine, basic minor. Yes, alright, saved. This will need to be updated as well. I wish this overwrote and just didn't make a new one. That we don't have to find it in the list. Okay. Bring you guys over here. So I think we have all the silica miners all in the right spots now. Stop all behaviors, reset your hotkey, and start behaviors now. You should start seeking silica. Oh look, there's a scattered resource right here. So we should see one of these guys pick it up. And they're staring at it. None of them picked it up. Okay, why didn't you pick it up? They're not waiting, so they are getting to this one. Global, notify value. Really? Okay. Is it a different... Own damaged, can't loot. No, because this is what the Swiffer comes and does. Why are they not picking it up anymore? Like we did see them pick it up, yes? Like that was something they did. They are going to that location. Entity, distance, move units. If null, if larger, move to target, then mine. Wait a minute. I think I know what's going on here. It isn't getting to this point at all. So if I do this, we notify, let's just notify bug. Yeah, it's not getting to here at all. Let's slide you over slightly so that we have power. Okay. It's not getting here because it moves to it and then gets filtered out over here somewhere. And it errors somewhere, and I'm not sure exactly where. Where does it error? Let's find out. Global notify. Let me not do it inside here. Do it out here. Just report the error type. Which error code is it? Go. Notify 4. 4 is 4. 2, 3, 4 is failing to get space for item. That's the null check. It's a null check because get resource. Okay, it's a null check because get resource is not returning a value because it's not a resource. Is it a resource? Might be a resource. Is this considered a resource node? It is a resource. It is not notifying anything there. So this is a null because it is certainly it is certainly getting through this point. Which means we're checking against a null here. So if this is null, then we get null all the way through, which is fine. But if this null is in turn a dropped item, then if this null is in turn a dropped item, then we can pick it up. So we know it's null. Before we return error, we try to pick up. Then we need to do another check, don't we? Because if the pickup was successful, then we need to move on to do something else. And because it's not an error, we just need to end. So if it is not a node, and or if it is God, this is rough. So if it is the target or and not a node, then we pick up. So I think we need to do a match here. If target or is dropped item, then pick up item. else error. Nope. Okay, so we should still get this far. Let's just printf. We get this far, yes? Yes. But what we're not doing is getting onto this branch. So we're going this branch. Why are we going this branch? Or we're going this branch, sorry. Notify. Just to double check, we are going onto this branch. No, we're not going onto this branch. How are we not going onto that branch? What changed? Going on to this branch. Not going onto this branch. How are we getting an error code 4 if we're not reaching error code 4? Okay, let's do this again. Notify value of the error code. One. I'm getting 1 now. Which is... it means it worked. Which is a lie. Which means we're getting... not null through here, but 0. How did we get null that one time? Maybe if it's has to walk up to it, it gets null? No. That's still null here. There's a chance if that changed. This one's getting me. Because this guy should be notifying. It is notifying, which means that it has the value that it's being given is null and therefore doesn't actually give anything. So B here is null and it's still going this way. So why is the null check not working? Okay then. Problem. I need a new null check. I don't think that's gonna be it. Good luck out there, Andromeda. Have I tried percussive maintenance? No. No, I have not. Let me think about this one. Will this do it? Because what we should have here is null. We know we have null there, but does it go into this way? Or does it go this way? It went bugged away. So that seems to have worked. This is just the null check, so it shouldn't affect anything else, but I do want to give it a quick test. Just to make sure it didn't break something else. Check view space forward. We are. This should just go. Start going. And it's actually even detecting that this sand in particular is less than full. So that's cool. Okay. Cool. Alright, so it is working now. The way the game handles null is so painfully inconsistent. But there we go. Alright, so now that we have a null here, I should be able to do another match. Let's see, just a basic match. If target unit is dropped item. Then pick up item. Pick up item. Else error. And also, I don't need to alert that. It'll be obvious if it works. Nope. So now it's just returning error. Should be returning error. Because notify value of this guy and this notify value of, give it this, just to make sure. Go. I see the problem. It's not picking up the item, which is a weird problem to have. Huh. I see the problem. I didn't assign this. Okay, so that did work. And slurp. Okay. And now we're immediately hunting to the next. All of you guys, stop. Love the enthusiasm. Of all the little issues to have. Okay, so now we've got a new version of the subroutine to deal with, which means time to mass save everything. Okay, twinned mine, basic miner. This is the miner subroutine. Twinned mine, basic miner. Overwrite this one. Nice. Now this guy had its subroutine changed, so we need to harvest team miner, under miners, harvest team miner. This is twinned basic miner version. Right. Yes. Okay, now we copy you, paste, 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 paste. And now we can just go. Our beacon hunts down different. Our beacon hunts down silica, and our harvesters harvest. Okay, you guys have a mission to find metal, and it's likely over here. It's later, right? Go. Oh god, these guys moving is painful. The frame rate is an issue. I think it's all the lines. Too many pathing lines drawn. Got some more metal here. Great, that is perfect. Worth noting that this beacon is not operational and that it doesn't provide power. But we do have some more metal here. Trickle the metal around. Spread out a little bit. Looks like we got some more metal over here. encountered some bugs. Alright, we're regrouping. You guys are swapping. We're going to need to exterminate this, it would seem, because it's a little close to the edge here. Keep you guys scouting. Excellent. Go. Giant crystal chunk. This is a lot of blight. Okay. Looks like we're all about done over here. Just this metal chunk, it would seem. Alright, so this is, we're gonna have to go explore elsewhere. Can work with that. Next step. For one, let's move these guys somewhere a little bit. Let's move you over here. Probably go exploring up top there, that direction next. Because this guy definitely cannot sustain all of these. But this does mean we need to go back over here and change these guys with the new, update these guys with the new version. We'll just use you for now. Basic miner it is. On-grid metal miner, yeah, that's not gonna happen anymore. You are now a harvest team miner with a twinned basic miner. Okay. You are no longer a metal miner. Get back onto the network. Your behavioral controller away as well. Let's see if anyone else here with non-standard gear. You. Okay, that'll do. Is this the one that I just updated? I'll reload it anyways, just in case. Miners Harvest Team, twinned basic miner, load. Okay. Copy. Paste, 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 paste. This is it. Paste. Oh geez, it had its register set. Why is this not copy pasting the same settings everywhere? We've got different settings all over the place. I am so confused. Okay, we're just gonna set this once here. Target ore type, these are metal ore guys. We are reloading this. Again. Harvest team miner, twinned basic miner, load. Yes. Okay. It's got the latest version. It's this guy. Copy. Paste several times. Thank you. This looks good. Now, you go this way. Vacuum up this little bit, and then we'll move on. All of you guys, press play. These guys will come over here, and then they'll start mining. We should run out of power here. Yes, we need probably, oh yeah, we need 3. Oh god, we need 3 more. Okay. Oh, I guess that's fine too. Deconstruct this. You guys back onto the network. Alright, so this guy is gonna be a problem. Because this guy needs to be updated with the new one, but needs to have the mining laser adjustment. So we do, harvest team metal miner no longer exists. Come over here, we do harvest team miner. Twinned basic miner. Load. We need to swap this out with the numbers from the upgraded miner. Which is a lot of number swapping. So if we go back up to subroutines, let me check out another one of these. Should be getting some metal depositing. We are. Oh, that's good. Huh. Actually, no, this is working just fine. Okay. They are devouring this. Beautiful. All right. Where go? Oh no. Where did it go? Here it is. So this guy's numbers are wrong, very wrong. This isn't the twinned version. Okay, library will just library. This is a very old version. Miner subroutines. We're looking for twinned metal mine, basic miner, twinned mine. Custom metal mine, I think, is the one that has the numbers in it. Nope, this is not the twinned version. Custom double metal mine. Yes, 8 and 8 are your numbers. Easy. So we come back over here. Twinned mine, basic miner. But instead, I need to go do this for every one of them. I forgot about that. Alright, so now we do laser miner. For iron ore, it is this guy, and for iron, it is 8 plus 8, which sounds wrong to me. Sounds very wrong to me. But it's what we were using. We'll have to check it. So now a subroutine. I don't see how a subroutine would make my life any easier or more simple. Or easier to read, for that matter. So, no. But, I mean, it's something you could do if you really wanted to. Like the subroutine would start here. It would just be enable mine, basically. And you would just give it no, the subroutine would have to start here. Because this is where it calculates the this is where it starts calculating the time for which it needs to start mining. It would just be taking all of this in a single chunk and putting it right here, which I guess, but it isn't super exciting to me, you know? It would also make error codes more painful because I would have to have an error code pass through, which wouldn't be the worst thing. You could input a type of laser, basic, multi, and add. That isn't a feature that I'm aware of being available in this game. You can't detect what laser you're using. If I were to add the laser as an option in here, that would, again, just duplicate all of this. And it would just be twice as long. And it's not something that can be meaningfully added into a subroutine without having... Because it still relies on information back over here. So I would have to include all of this in the subroutine, including both sides of the laser sub. It's like this isn't a calculation thing. This is a hard code thing. And it calculates some stuff here, but once it stops that, it stops calculating and just starts hard coding stuff. Just because it's interacting with a whole bunch of different things. Like there's no... The subroutine element of it doesn't help me. Maybe I'm getting stuck on that word, but just... It is what it is. It's just data entry at this point. Which is kind of the point we want to get it down to, you know? I could do a subroutine to grab everything from this point on to the right, but like, I don't really want to do that. It doesn't help me do anything, nor does it shorten anything, nor make it less complicated. It's gonna be more pretty, yeah. It's not that ugly. For now. If it gets uglier than this, then I'll reevaluate. But for now, that's messy. Alright, so iron is done. Twinned mine laser. I'm not confident in the iron, so we'll have to check on it again at some point. But for now, let me move on to the next. Mine subroutines, custom metal mine. Custom double metal mine. Okay. Let's remove this. This is no longer a thing. Custom metal mine, no longer a thing. Custom double metal mine, no longer a thing. Twinned mine is no longer a thing, or twinned metal mine is no longer a thing. We've put it all into the twinned mine. Great! It's beautiful. I no longer have a single mine, which is fine by me. For now, I will probably want to create a single mine. I will need to create a single mine for later, I think, but that's cross that bridge when I get there. That'll also be backwards compatible for earlier parts in the game. It's a great word to use. So now I need to find... What is this? Okay. Oh, I know what this was. This was like a half step. This was a half step I was playing with. It just mines, wanders around. This is how this whole thing started. I no longer need this. Roamer Collector, I think, is in a similar situation. Where's the scout? Okay. Scavenger is Proto Roomba. Yes. Basic Roomba situation. Alright then, in that case, the numbers I'm looking for may or may not be on here. Do we have any upgraded miners here? Nope. So I think I just haven't tested those then, at all. Which is fine. We don't have much in the way of upgraded, upgraded miners. I think we had both of them on metal, and that's that. Okay, let's get you guys going this way. Inspect. Reconnaissance and force. Okay. Oh, I just heard. Yeah, if you're on the Discord, I can post the scripts I have here. If you hang on the Discord, I can post them after stream. I'm sure they will be changed substantially by the time it comes around. But as it stands, it should be quite powerful. Huh. Right, these are no longer required. I need to redo all of these. Let's see, your services are no longer required, at least not in this fashion. So go nuts, you are free. Think on YouTube for Discord does it? Really? That's not normal. It's very not normal. And quite disappointing. Let me check on that. It's working for me. It's working for me. I don't know how to help with that. Either way, that is where I will be posting it because that's just the place where I can. You need to be adjusted. We have a metal miner that got away. Activate. Alright, so where was the test bots? Notify 10. What happens? Why do you have a notify 10? Where is notify 10? You had an impossible to join the invitation error. I don't know what that is. Discord impossible to join error. Let's see. Exceeded the server limits, or antivirus, or I do not know. I do not know the answer to your question there. I know other people have managed to join recently. By recently, I mean, let me check. It says that you have joined 3 minutes ago. So, I'm guessing you got it, or there's something else going on? Where did I send my test bot? Need to join from Discord, not from Navigator. Guessing there's something with the web browser then. Okay, well, at least mystery solved. Put you back on the network. Deconstruct this guy, and what I need here is more of these. No, we abort all of this. Abort, abort. Collect, collect. We copy this. Paste, 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 paste. There we go. Much better. Anomaly detected. Where did my test robot go? I had a robot that had extra program in it, so I can compare things. Did I bring it down here? No. These guys are all busy. These guys are all busy. These guys got left behind. Gonna need new channels. Right now, we just kind of throw everything into the. We have one channel for a Dyson's. What did I call it? Satisfactorio program. It's for all things automation. That's what it is. This army's too big for reconnaissance and force operations. God, the way the game chugs every time we try to... The way the game cries every time we give a move command to these guys. Makes me happy. Alright, this is gonna be an exercise in frustration, but let's see which one of these twin bots has extra programming capabilities. Which one of you is holding an extra brain? You are the one I need to interact with. Didn't hotkey you. Don't know where you got off to. Roomba V1. You, sir. Where art thou? Right here. Okay, you go on hotkey. Oh. I've, let me check, where is this? Hotkey 6 has been retired, yeah? Hotkey 6 has been retired. So we'll use hotkey 6 for you. Your job, taking damage. Yes, this is fine. Although, going up here is probably not a good idea without substantial backup. Oh, hello. And glitch stuff. I don't know if attacking the glitch bots makes the anomaly mad. Hey there, Hellbound Zed. Am I doing very well? Only losing a modicum of my sanity. Just a modicum. Just a little bit. Alright, iron is progressing along nicely. Transport is happening too. Feels so good having some of each going around. Where's our iron transport? Here it is. Gonna drop off another massive batch. So we need to do some frame counting here. Frame counting's a strong word, but it'll work. Because we don't have anything else to do with this. Twin to mine. La-di-da-da-da-da-da. Going to go onto this side. So for this, we will do multiply by 1 so it doesn't do anything. And then add, I believe 20. Start with 16. See how that works. Go. Alright. 16, way too high. Is it way too high? $16 might be exactly as high as it needs. Also, it managed to discover ore type Something I didn't realize, I made this so agnostic that it's just going. Like it doesn't need me to tell it which ore to go for. It'll go for any ore. And then filter out specifically the one you're looking for. Okay. 11, 13. I'm seeing a problem here, and I don't like it. But 16 ticks is too many ticks. That's not true. Let's do this. And we'll just change this for a moment. Because I'm messing this up. Set number. Value D to 16. Why is there an F? Where is there an E? Ah, here. Okay. Go. Right, now we're checking. So for 15, 16 ticks is too short of a time by more than I would like. Let's add an additional set number by +2. Try this out. Still too short. I think this is a 20. I think this is a 20. In which case we'll probably need 21. So if we do 20. Go. Yeah, only half of it's working, so we need 21. 21 should do it, which is an awkward number. From 17 should take us to 19. It does. How consistently? It's a bit jittery, but it is working consistently, which means I can just let it roll and average it out in the throughput, which is exactly what we're doing with the whole long tick waiting. Alright, so 21 is the number, which means this needs to be times 10. Plus 10. Plus 11, sorry. To the variable D. And then Good. So now we have crystal, that should work. Let's do silicon next. Silica next. It's on grid, just throw this over here. Why? Did we walk on grid and someone's coming to steal it or something? Like, what's up? Yes, that's exactly what was happening. Okay, silica is next. So we are looking for silica. Let's grab one silica, any silica. While we're walking, we'll set our number here. Set number value D to, let's also do 21 to D and go. $21, not enough. This is looking like a 26 to me. Wrong one. This one. Looking like a 26. Go. That is exactly a 26. Wasn't that the same value for the basic one? If I were to go minor subroutines, twinned mine, basic miner. No, silica is 31. Which is a far cry. That makes this not particularly worth it now, doesn't it? Because iron is down at 8 and 8 for 16 compared to the 26. That's not a huge... It says 2x on this, but that's not true. Extracts metal and crystal at high efficiency 2x, but that's just not true. I mean, it's certainly better, and I like it, but... Unless I'm missing something, maybe the power values are different than the actual electricity usage. Either way, 26 brings this down to 13 from... 13 from... what was it? 213 from 15. Oh no. There's no world in which that ever comes close to being twice as good. Or twice as efficient. Okay, 26. 13. 14. Really? Is that really? I'm having a hard time believing this. 15, 16, I mean... Once more. Alright. Yeah, that's as cut and it's as close as it can get while it's still working. And it's getting both of them. I guess it is what it is. Alright, so a second thing. This path is happening way too often. I think. That's not this path. What other notification is happening here? This distance smaller is happening. Surely smaller is happening. Which is weird. No. There's a notify somewhere, and I don't like it. It's not this notify. Is it in here? It's in here. I didn't take out one of the... Oh, no. Oh, no. This is in everyone. Okay. That explains why it's so consistent. Let me think. This is supposed to be a null check. This is not a null check. This is setting the range value. If larger, notify. It's always notify. I just forgot to take this out. But if it's larger, it's supposed to... Yeah, I'm gonna get spammed by that. Oh god. Oh god. There's gonna be so many of these. Here it comes. It's fine. At least we know we're nice to know what's going on there. So this is setting a default parameter value. Parameter value should read in from here. If it's a null, then it's goes to set the value. Else it carries on with its life. Either way, it moves forward. Okay. Welp. Minor subroutines. Overwrites with current behavior. Yes. Gonna have to change every single one of them. Do that later, after completing current task. At least now I know what it is. because I do actually want to put this notification back and this notification back. Either way, the silica has been complete. Get rid of this. C times 13 plus 14. Done. So we can move on back to main town. Or even better yet, iron, silica, dude, crystal, I think. Yeah, dude, crystal, silica, iron, blight chunk. Although blight chunk, I fully intend to not harvest en masse like this. Not at least significantly. We'll be moving on to the next tech level beforehand. Alright, you real quick. Alright, does filter. Alrighty, Kitsuna. Good luck out there. Catch you later. And then we need to inspect. You know what? I'm gonna just do this and see what the value looks like. How far off is it? Oh, it's not gonna show me because it's a multiplier. Let's see, math, set number of D to set D to 40. Go, miner, go. That looks way shorter than 40. Yeah, alright, so that's like 20. I'll go with 21 again. And not quite 21. Okay. That's more like 20. Ooh. Try 26. 26 is a number I recognize. I'm going with that for no other reason. I think 26 is probably too much. Nope, 26 is perfect. Just to double check. Yes. Alright, 26 is your perfect number. Which means we're dealing with a 13 and a 14 here. 13 and 14. Which is a substantially massive boost. Okay, so now we have this should just be done. So we can save this in minor subroutines. Twinned mine, laser miner, twinned mine, basic miner. Save. Ta-da! Oh, well, that feels good. So now we have the upgrade here. Twinned mine. Laser miner. And we save this in the miner. Harvest team. Metal miner, nope. Delete. Basic miner. Did I already have the values here? I need to double check this. But harvest team miner, twinned laser miner. I need to check this. Now we're checking another one. Harvest team, harvest team metal miner, mining laser load. I think this is probably only, yeah, custom double metal mine. Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Harvest team miner twinned mining laser is being saved in the miners. Save. Next, harvest team twinned basic miner, twin laser miner. The metal dedicated one goes away. On grid miners, both metal and silica go away. So those are not super useful anymore. So we threw a squad of robots in the arena and tried to give them the best. Sounds like Gladiabots, which was a very, very fun game that I enjoyed playing for a long time. Okay, so now we're completely in the harvest team category, which is great. The other ones were kind of jank. Now, we do have to do another update here, because ore harvester splitter had an issue where I left one of the debug commands in there, and it's a problem. It's a real problem. Minor subroutines or harvester splitter. So we need to go back into this guy, load up the standard or the twin basic miner. And edit U. Load in the mining subroutine, the ore harvest splitter. And now we simply resave you as is. Twinned basic miner. Okay. Done. So now I need to replace all of these things. Let's get this stuff back to base. These online? They are. Where's Silica Team? Silica Team is on 0. This does not need to be this. This needs to be you. You're attached to Cub for now. I can't set the register. That's what it was called. I believe it's still available. It made its way onto the App Store, like the Android App Store. Oh, I don't know if it made it to Apple. I only checked Android. It made its way onto the App Store a while ago. I played it there too, or you know, copy pasted stuff over. It was a good time. It was a very good time. Some people got very, very good at the game. To say the least. Alright. So, now I've got to come over here and replace one of you guys with the latest version of the Harvest Team Miner. We're doing basic miners here. Twinned basic miner load. And update every single one of you. Just to double check. Everyone here is a basic miner, yeah? Yeah, alright. Copy, paste, 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 paste. And stop, start. Shouldn't have any more of that from you. To my understanding, we don't have crystal happening just yet. So let's do this and this here. Let's get you constructing this, please. Hey there, Jonathan. Welcome back. Screen frozen? Nope, that's just you. Had some troubles with a bit of twitching going on as we vacuum this up. I think, yeah, without the radar, this guy won't be able to hunt this stuff down, which is fine. I don't mind if we have to do a little bit of manual moving. Otherwise, he's gonna go off everywhere. It's gonna be a problem. Okay, so you are Silica, you are Test Team, you are Ore Team, and I need to get a Crystal Team going, because we have the army going through the Blight, which is awkward, but that happens sometimes, I guess. Plenty more iron over here, and it looks like not much in the way of Blight problems. We do need to clear out that chunk. This is fine. Okay, so next things we need are another transport bot and another hound. Let me see. Do I need to have warning taking damage? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I don't know where this came from, but we have a game-breaking level of army over here available to us, and I do not want to have any of us get damaged here. I just spent all of this time coding it all up. We're not letting this happen. Break it, whatever it is. Alright, just to double check our cub here. Why do I have a radar on this guy? I'm not using the radar for anything. Either way, we need a new hound, and we need a good exterminate. Let's go check over here. pretty certain we've already cleared this out, but it's fine too. Yeah, we have. Pair them up, please. Thank you. Why is this like this? Oh, because the transport bot is part of the crew. It's probably for the best. You're going here, and we also need a request for a medium power field. I need to copy these over to C5. 3. Over here is fine. Hello, bots. How? Okay. How did they copy from a building onto a bot? I don't know, but it happened. Hello there, Mr. Brainless. Welcome in. To go to here. It's still under construction. Something has happened that I don't know what it is, but we're gonna exterminate this little creature, whatever it may be. Getting real close to the edge of the explored territory. A little bit nerve-inducing, yeah. I do need to get this scanner bot over here. Hello, worms. Scan some of these structures. Okay, bringing the bots back. This area should be nice and clear again. So now we just gotta get you back over to where somewhere around metal, like say right here. Excellent. We are missing these things, for which we need these, for which we need crystals. Crystals are a limiting factor right now. It's understandable. And we have no storage of crystals anywhere except currently being used. Should make a notification system to warn me whenever something is getting low. That wouldn't be too hard to do. Is it just path blocked? Is that what's happening here? Get over here. Can do it. Thank you. It's the trail it follows. Let's also add in a radar. I should just make a blueprint for this. In fact, I'm gonna do that. Cancel this. You are our library. It's good. It's a little cramped over here. There you go. Library. Blueprints. T1 bots, create folder. Harvest team bots. We save you. This comes with metal, but you can bot V1. Okay. Save. You can bot V1. Done. Another anomaly. Got more stuff. Grab. So now I can do bot blueprints, harvest team bots, make. Hello. Ooh, nice gift. Thank you. I appreciate. This will do nicely. So this is actually just waiting on the optic cable, which we need 2 more of, for which we need some of these, for which we need a lot of these, for which we need a lot of crystal, and we're running through a backlog of iron, but iron should be coming back online quite rapidly. Okay, let's save you. Library. And name transport bot. Beacon bot. Harvest. Transport. There's a cargo. Trying to think of a better word for this. Like, it's basically just like a truck. Runner's not a good word. Convoy. V1. It's fine. It's just a transport pod is what it is. Okay. Same thing here. Basic, minor, V1. That'll do. Go to sleep? No, you can't make me. You have the upgraded version now. So you actually get your own little one. You are laser trimmed miner 81. It's so pretty. This guy's probably gonna straighten the crystal. That's what he's gonna do. As we need it. Need a lot of it. Also need way more processing power because these are slow. Honestly, the crystal, with the crystal side of things, we're pretty well off. It's everything else that's not so well off. We haven't done, oh, we haven't done human intel yet. Let me scan some structures. Blight storm incoming. It's not a human structure, but I'm gonna scan it anyways. What happened to you? Twinned basic. You, sir, are out of date and inactive. Go. We need power. I know where power is. We're going to need so many of these optic cables. Oh no. Alright, let's do this. Oh, what are you? Pick the right combination of symbols by dragging them under the right column to complete the circuit. The bar underneath must be filled precisely in half. Oh, I see. There we go. Encrypted. What? We need something else here. I have to put something in there. And I don't know what it is. Might have to do some more Blight tech first. Interesting. Would it be possible to tie the system that pulls out an alarm of low on item to a system that tells the bus to go collect item has been alarmed recently? Not normally. I'm attempting to do something similar to that. But, I'm attempting to create a system which allows that to happen. Alright, so these need something that I don't have access to right now, as it would seem. So really, the only thing stopping me from getting crystals online is time. Because we have everything, it's just the processing power of these devices is abysmal. Blight research, how are we looking here? I think I have incredible amounts of these things, so I can just do the next science. Blight concentration, Blight visibility, allows visibility into the Blight. Unlocks obsidian. This I can just do right now. We're gonna do it. Give me science bots built. Hey, we have a new beacon bots. Nope. No, no, no. It came running with a hatred of metal ore, which is fine, just not what I wanted to do right now. Next, we want transport bots. Convoy. Go. You will be tied to this one. How many more of these we need? 5, which is a hefty chunk. And all the crystals we could need. We are bottlenecked on cables and on energized plates. We're also bottlenecked on iron reinforced plates because we're out of iron ingots. We're out of iron ingots because we're not mining fast enough, and for no other reason. Which is fine. All the bug is here. I like to see it. Once our transport bot comes back, our convoy comes back, it'll get us some more ingots to play with. Which it looks like it recently did and immediately filled up. Which is fine. I think I want to do an adjustment here for the sake of speed. If I store here and set you to have fix slot to an item metal bar. We are just perpetually out of iron, which is not a new thing. Not a new thing at all. Transport bot is about ready to head back. It's now heading back. Should be heading back. Yes, it's heading back. Good job, team. You did it. Some more iron around these parts we can harvest. Let's head this way for a little bit. God, the way the frame rate chugs every time we move our army makes me so happy. So close. Done. Alright, so this guy stores... Let's try this. Slot to an item. You get all of these, and you store this here. And you aren't moving the items over like I wanted with the portable transporter. So this still actually does need the portable transporter on it in order to make that work, which makes me a little sad. if I were to do... No. Taking damage, you're under attack. Lots of big bugs here. That was a really big one. God, the pathing. The pathing. Looks like we got ourselves another bug-infested territory. Good thing I got a death ball. Alright. Looks like there's not a whole lot of iron around here. It's understandable. And let's get you going onto a human structure. Operation Grey Goo effective yet? Yeah, actually. So these guys are fully operational. We don't have the multiplication element of it, but we now have access to the resource acquisition part. We have a fully operational beacon that actively scans for and tracks down nearby nodes of whatever object you want. Then it has a cloud or a swarm of mini bots that run around and collect any iron within the range of this beacon. Then we have a transport bot that just runs things back and forth between the outer regions here and the main base. You'll see here, it'll grab another group and then grab another group over here. And then it runs back to base and dumps it all off at main base for processing. I'm currently getting this set up ready to go for the crystal mine. So currently we have iron operational as well as silica operational in the same configuration. The next one will be converting our crystal extraction to that same style. And then we will have pretty much automated harvesting, semi-automated harvesting. We'll be vacuuming up biomes by the biome, which is kind of important because we really need it. We really need it. Okay, so this is not working as I would have wanted it to.
We should continue studying the Blight and find a way to counter the storms that interfere with our equipment.
Yes, I agree. Magnification, we get access to a few things. This is Blight Magnifier, slowly regenerates nearby resources. This is what I want to be testing. Conversion, I also want the Blight Terraformer to create Blight. Blight power is cool and all. This needs to happen soonish. We'll come back to that later. Alright, so this is a bust. I would need more teleporter objects, which a little pricey, but fine, I guess. I wish I could absorb let's see, can I set this is not on the network, transporter only. Okay, so if I set this here and then do this, does this I don't have any iron to test it with, so fair enough. Do you still have to place a beacon, or do they place automatically? Semi? I have to give them an area to work with, but with around the area, once they're in an area, they will hunt out things nearby. There's a limit to how far they can search, but once these guys are done at this group of iron, for example, they'll just head over to this group, which I believe is close enough to... There's no other iron around here. So once they finish mopping up both of these, then I'll have to move the beacon myself. But that's how that works at this point in time. How did you get left behind? Must have been path blocked and forgot how to move. Ah, okay. When is our next batch of iron coming in? Because I'm confused. Uh-oh. How has this happened? Target ore is not 5. Oh, wait a minute. Where is my distance? Pair number. This is out of range. This is null, is 5. Get space for item. This is not a null check, this is full check. Something's wrong. We cannot mine. Because we're full. This is wrong. Hey there, Shike. Welcome in. This is null. No, this is fine. Okay. If it's null, it's either because it's either 0. Because if it's 0, which I think is difference. I don't know. Because that's the instance of it being both full and finding. I guess we'll find out. But this is not the issue we're encountering right now. This guy is looping inside of here. There's no loose bits around. This guy looping inside of here. What happens if I do this? Because if I just restart you, we should be fine. What are you waiting on, you good sir? already holding the requested amount of 6 metal ore. Interesting. How did that happen? Okay. So this value of C is getting a lower number than the current inventory count, which will happen. Okay. So there is never a condition in which I want this thing to have. I've misunderstood how this works, which is incredibly painful for me. The C value always needs to be maximum inventory size. Always. Okay. In that case, let's do two things. Set the value of C because from this point we've used C for everything. Hold up. Because that means it doesn't really matter here, does it? It still matters here because I need to use it for the tick. C is important because I'm using it to gain the value of D. But after D is obtained, C is no longer useful. Me placing this here is just a misunderstanding of what I could of a second use of the value of C. So instead, I can set C to infinity, rewrite it as C, and set it to here. There we go. And I still want to copy it to the visual register. So now if I do this, it shows current count and should continue on. So we need a few updates here. One, this guy, twinned mine, basic miner, needs to be resaved. Twinned mine, basic miner. It also means this guy, harvest team, twinned basic miner. Needs to be updated as well. Harvest team twinned basic miner. And now we copy paste. Go. That should help a lot. This also means we need to update this. Why did you guys move for any reason? Oh, because they're rescanning the environment. Are we chopping through the metal this quickly, or did I miscode something? We're just chopping through the metal this quickly. Okay. So we need to replace you. Basic twinned miner. I should have just done 1.1, that's fine. Save current selection. Basic twinned miner v1.1. Okay, minor bug fix. It should operate nice and clean. You need to be fixed. Thank you. There we go. I was also working on this, which I think is working now. Only item transporters. Are you allowed to request things? Shouldn't be allowed to directly request things. And now all of these guys should be dumping their iron into here, which should immediately dump it into here. Okay. Why are you not dumping items into here? Please store all of your items here. Would be greatly appreciated. Can I do this? Okay. I don't know why that started the cascade, but that did. So now we have a single input there, which is good. And I can do the same thing here. It should not be only item transporters though, because everyone needs to access this. And now all of these guys need to be adjusted slightly to have their drop-off point be this. And this guy stores everything into here. You are only allowed I guess it doesn't really matter if it's only item transporters. You are only allowed metal ore. Let's see, fix slot to an item. Yeah, okay. So you dump off into there, and everything should end up over here eventually. I am confused as to why it doesn't. Okay, it just seems to dump it out all at once for some reason. Which is fine, I guess. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just confusing to me. Either way, that should massively help with the whole logistics issues. If input here, output here. It's great, it's beautiful. Love to see it. Okay, let's put you here. Not enough free space. How do you have not enough free space to transfer it to this? Oh, that's why. Because I have it all locked. That's good. We process iron quite quickly. I'm okay with this. I think what it is that it doesn't do the store until it's done everything else. Like, it has a different priority, which means that it won't actually stop. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright then, only item transporters needs to be set on this. Let's get a pair of these here. Is that how that's not gonna work very well. Show you some combat. We've kind of been rolling through things quite nicely. There's very little left alive in the vicinity, which is a good thing. Ooh, I need to do this. Missing item. Oh boy, these. Easy. I do need one of these transformers, which I'm pretty certain I don't have any of. It's because I don't. Welcome in there, mate attacker. Wow, we still have ya. Okay, drop off needs to be here. And no. You are not the iron drop off. Oh, because you start active and it started immediately harvesting. Okay. Let's dump you off here then. Usually just talk you to sleep. Hey, well, you know, that sounds like a good time to me. That's what we're here for, yeah? Alright, so for this guy we're doing, this is our crystal guy. which means drop off needs to go directly into here. Beacon bot v1. There we go. Okay, so now we have beacon bot going. You need to be set to this guy. You guys can just be on. To get this set up over here. There was some other adjustments I needed to do. I think specifically this guy needed an adjustment because the twinned mine needed to have the additional value set into here. Math set number before the copy. The value of C needed to be set to infinity and replaced as C. Why do we have an E somewhere? You're D. Twinned mine, basic miner. This is not a basic miner. Uh-oh. This is the basic miner one. This is a basic miner. Why are you a basic miner on a mining laser tool? Uh-oh. Please tell me it didn't overwrite the wrong way. This has the latest update. But this is just altogether incorrect. So we need to do miners. This team twinned mining laser, load. This has the update. This looks correct. The exception of requiring this to be set. So you are C, you are infinity, you are C. Okay. Twinned. This is the mining subroutine. Twinned mine, laser miner. We overwrite with an update. And now, come over here. We do library, harvest team and miner, harvest team miner, twinned laser miner, save, done, and done. Okay, go. Our transport bot already doing things? Is that what's going on here? I think so. Yes, it is. Okay then, so now I need to go over to one of these, any of these, get their upgrades on here, so we actually convert them over to the harvesters. So we go to miner, we do harvest team miner. These are basic miners, so load it in. Double check, make sure it's got the updates. Updated. Updated. Okay, we're good. No further adjustments required. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Paste, paste. Have everyone selected. You guys get your own hotkey, specifically hotkey 8, so I can always collect you. We stop all behaviors, start all behaviors. This is not correct. Beacon bot goes here. Target ore type is here. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Stop, start. There we go. Much better. We are operational. This is so satisfying. You see this just go. And this will actively hunt down any crystal nearby because it's the beacon. Now, all I need to do is get this set up to connect to this guy so that we have power anywhere it goes. And then anytime we need additional what is it called? Anytime we need additional income, we just add an extra miner. That's it. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Alright, these need their updates. No big deal. As these will... I've completely forgot about these. These are on the old one. Stop. Miners. Twinned basic miner. Load. There it is. Go. Don't have any advanced ones in here, do we? No. Twinbot, let me get the name of this thing. Twinned basic miner. This has already been updated. Has it? It hasn't been updated. There are so many things to update every time I want to update anything. Oh my god. Okay. Give it to a friend. Undo. Save current selection as point 1. We delete this one. Okay. Beacon bot, ore type, crystal, go. Good. I do want to adjust this. So this seems to start with the behavioral program already active, which, while fine, is a little much. Okay, so this is a situation where too many bots in the kitchen, and it has destroyed the crystal chunk while waiting, which is fine. It's a relatively minor inefficiency that will fix itself on its own accord, so I don't have to keep an eye on it. We have already accounted for this. The reason why it's sitting here for so long is because the timeout period on this is 20 times. It's a fairly substantial timeout period, is what it is. It only checks for the timeout. Why are you like this? Why are you staring there? Why are you staring and not mining? Okay. It's waiting, I can see that. So that can happen when it goes through here. So that has to happen when it goes through... No. It has to be waiting here without getting the value of this. Alright, so I messed up the code somewhere here. It's not setting this guy at all. These are fine because they're full and they're waiting. This guy, not fine. Okay, so it's making it through here. Going through this path specifically. Getting a number. Going up here. Setting this to infinity. Copying it to the output, which is happening. Ah, I see. You got the wrong one. That's what I was afraid of. You need to load harvesting miner, twinned mining, twinned laser miner, load. Double check to make sure it's correct. It is. Go. There it is. Which also means that I saved the blueprints incorrectly. So let's do library. And then save. Laser twinned miner. Okay. What did you get? Clay. Okay. Hopefully that does it. Set your beacon, set this right. It's just, there's so much. There we go, it's operating again. These are all operating as expected and desired. Problem solved. Love to see it. This guy's hanging out over here because there's nowhere else to be. Okay. So I need to change this thing specifically. Every time there's iron available here, it gets swarmed. It's funny to me. We just don't have enough iron input income, really. Be producing all of this, which is amazing. Next, technology. Go. We have so much iron coming through, and it's just not enough. Can I get some additional storage in here to help this out a little bit? Taking damage. Excuse me, I know you're very into the whole... Where did this even come from? Oh, military's out of power. I left it off grid. It's like, wow, my military is really close. That's because it was out of power and sitting off grid somewhere. Alright. You go to the heal box. Good God. Running real low in power out there. Everyone else should be kind of hanging out. You are obsolete. Go be useful. Let's see, let me get... another set of these going. I'll set this one specifically to the small internal components. Nope. This. Internal storage. That's gonna be expensive, but worth it. Okay. Does each knob on the branch have an associated number and any way to find that one exactly? Does each knob on the branch have an associated number? I don't understand the question there, Ginger. For Prometheus, all of that is a lot more than just the big array of things in here. It's extensive. It would take me a while to explain it. Yay, human buildings. Human discovery and Blight visibility. Alright, so now we got these things. And we have learned how to make them, which is nice. Okay, we have learned how to do some basic human stuff. No, it's a bunch of stuff. It does a bunch of stuff, to say the least. Human factory. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Is this going to be his... No. Okay. processors. Right, fine. Drop this off here. We're gonna need much more storage. Okay, so I need to get this set up. So this needs to have. How are these doing? That's gonna be a while before we have these. Easiest way to explain is to tell people to watch the previous VODs of this and then play the game. Honestly, the kind of coding is very intuitive, so it is relatively intuitive. It isn't complicated on its face compared to most other coding. It is still a bit much for a majority of people. And I can explain it well enough, but the sheer verbosity of that monster defies explanation without getting pretty deep into it. Okay, fix slot to an item. Then you need metal plates. Fix slot to an item. And now we need this guy going to here. This should just be, yeah, let's dial this up to 80 a piece. Okay, behavior controller request. Now you are item transporters only. Seems to be working fine. Now we need the output. So you guys store everything. 2 things, 1 item transporter only. So you do this. I think this needs to not be item transporter only. Otherwise, they don't get these plates. Yeah, okay, there we go. And now these store here. There we go. And now for this, we need 1 of each type at least. Fix slot to an item. Silica and plates. Everything else, this needs to be at least. There we go. Okay. This should operate nicely. Bigger backlog, or bigger storage, and more of this. That debug trace thing, it seemed to assign a number to each command. If that number means something, hopefully it helps which instance of that command it's currently on. Those numbers are incredibly important. They are the time it takes to harvest a single item. So it takes time to mine things like crystal, which I suppose is not a big surprise. And the time it takes to mine that crystal is hard-coded in the game, and I'm using those numbers, that branch, to calculate or to translate the numbers into actual usable program time. As in, I need this guy to harvest this crystal for X amount of time before moving on. Thus, all those numbers. It is completely arbitrary. There's no like algorithmical calculation for it. That's why it's just entered in. shove my army up in there. You come drop this off. Thank you. What did you find? How did you discover those numbers? Trial and error. Which is, you know, a way of going about it. God, wait, all of this and it's still not enough iron income. Like, we are suffering for income over here. Trial and error seems kind of harsh. Yes! Yes, it does. Alright, how are we on power? We can afford, like, one more mining bot. Give me additional income, please. Basic twinned mining bot. I can afford a laser twinned miner here. Speaking of which, I could probably, depending on how much does this cost to make? It's expensive. I could upgrade all of our basics. I have the technology to upgrade all of our basics to our lasers. It's gonna be messy. It's gonna be expensive. It's gonna be real expensive. Alright, you store here. And you specifically are only allowed these. Okay. The times out sort of thing, understandable. You're not having to switch to Python from C++, so it's relatively easy for you to get your head around, but that's not everyone. Yeah. You know how it is. Software programming of any kind is not... it is a niche thing. It does not cater to the average human being. Let alone someone who can find enjoyment from such things. So, I have zero expectation that people actually enjoy a vast majority. There's a reason why this game is niche, you know? Let's put it that way. Those numbers seem to be assigned to all commands in seemingly ascending order. I have no idea how it handles branches. Yes. Also, completely arbitrary and trial by fire. You are correct. Every observation. There's a reason why the stream is coming up on 8 hours long. And it's mostly that. Okay, so we have input here, output here, one machine that's just a giant conveyor belt that handles processing and handling all these materials, and then just outputs it right there. It's beautiful. Same thing here with the iron, except I have input up here, output out down here. And that's it. It is that simple. Now I just got to start fueling the madness that is all this iron requirement. I'm seeing a lot of iron down here, and that makes me happy, because there's not a whole lot of iron elsewhere. Saw there was some more up here. Do this. You blame the enjoyment on cripplingly difficult ADHD that likes to hyper-focus on challenge, and this game gives you that. How efficient can I get this? How can I make it smaller? What if this one? You know what? That's a sentiment I understand. Lord knows, I've been doing this for some time now. Okay, it looks like there's a lot of iron in this region, and that makes me happy. So we are going to vacuum all of it. Guys, go hang out back over here. Sweet. Okay. This is not done yet, just because we need more iron and for no other reason. It seems I've gotten to the point where I have so many bots just kind of laying around that we're kind of getting in the way of each other. This little bit of optimization here seems to have massively boosted my bot usage or my logistics efficiency to the point where the bots are actually just getting in the way now, which is a little funny to me and sad. I have too many logistics bots. I'm spreading them out manually. When they have nowhere to go, when they have no actions, they'll just spread themselves around the base now. Okay. You found your stream through Colin Will. You recall him saying that he had automated looking for new resource patches. That's something they'll be working on automating. If not, how much effort hassle do you find scouting for new resources to be? I recall a couple new automation game streamers saying they found it to be an obnoxiously large part of the game. So there's two parts to that. One, yes, I have that already done. Except there's a limit to how much they can search, and this one seems to have reached its limit, but I can bring this over here, and that will carry on. Two, yes, this game does suffer immensely from the whole resource thing. We've gotten to the point where I vacuum up mineral, like resource nodes, by the entire vein. And I don't have enough machines to actually keep, like, I just don't have enough miners. It's a problem. It's a real problem. So I need to have incredible amounts of income in order to sustain the furnace that is this fire. Now, the problem with that is, despite this game having infinite materials by virtue of being an infinite map, those materials exist further and further out on the map. So I have to go further and further out on the map in order to actually obtain those infinite materials, which is a problem because those materials end up becoming comically far away, and at some point, waiting for those materials to... Wait. Oh my god, what's going on with their power? Why am I not receiving 400 power? I'm receiving 0 power. Why? At some point, the game just becomes tedious because you have to go further and further away to find basic materials. And the more you play, the further you have to go. It just gets to the point where it's just not fun anymore. That is a very, very big complaint. And I haven't found a solution to that. But I do have the whole automated away from home harvesting thing going on. Like, this will go do it. Alright, I have too many bots active at once is going on here, and I don't have the power for it. Okay, I can work with that. That's a relatively easy problem to solve. Let's get 3 more of these. Basically need a mobile base. Yeah, mobile bases really aren't a thing. Every building I have here is necessary. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say I need more of them because processing speed is an issue as well. Let's turn these guys off because these guys eat my power like crazy. You could get away with less miners at further away storage depots that have their own dedicated gopher bots. The miners themselves, that's not the case because the miners themselves never actually go off and do things. The miners themselves literally never move to drop things off. The gophers handle, gophers as you call them, handle all the movement. And as it stands, this one gopher is handling the throughput, the output rate of all of these miners. And like with time to spare. So this gopher is more than sufficient. I just don't have enough miners. Alright, what's going on with this guy? Oh, did the blueprint not... No, that's correct. This is correct. I have no idea what happened there. That concerns me more than anything else so far. Look at that, isn't it pretty? They just immediately move on over and this guy comes hunting for another group. He's like, yes, I sense feast. Yeah, so this guy just goes around, hunts iron. He's got a certain range it'll track around, so I can't just leave him off alone forever. But he will vacuum up an entire... It will vacuum up an entire biome. Thought it was a distance issue, not a throughput issue. It's a distance issue, yes. Because at some point I have to spend an hour traveling this way and then an hour back, which is just obnoxious to deal with. Like that, there's nothing fun about that. It's copy paste the same vacuuming just in a different area further and further away. Throughput stays roughly the same as long as you have enough gopher bots for it. Like if for whatever reason I need another gopher bot, I can literally just add another gopher bot, no problem. So the throughput issues are easy. The problem is, I mean, I guess it does become a throughput issue because it takes so long to expand that you're sitting here waiting for literally hours to move up in the tech tree. One of the bigger things is because every item requires multiple of the previous item before it, you have an exponential growth here. Let's say, you know, iron bars, great, 1-to-1 ratio. But these iron bars, you need 2-to-1. Or what's the ratio of this? Yeah, 2 iron bars to 1 metal plates, and then you get you get 2 iron plates to a reinforced plate, and then you get 2 reinforced plates and 6 crystal to 1 energized plate, and then you get 2 energized plates and 3 cable wires to 1 high density frame, where the cable wires are their own line, which also requires plates and such. So it's an exponential growth of basic material requirements that's roughly in the order of squared. So you need iron squared, then 2 iron squared, and 3 iron squared, and it becomes a problem because every single time I add another one of these devices, I need to double my actual iron income. And I'm gonna make a bet for anyone who's played this before. Do you guys think this amount of bots is equivalent to the exponential output required to fuel this many powers of 2? Also, plus this many powers of 2? It's bad. We are shy of material throughput, and by a lot. So that's a massive slowdown you have to look out for. And then on top of that, the only way to get resources is to go many screens away and then continuously go further and further out as the game progresses, which is just not a fun mechanic at all. Okay, I need to know what's going on here with these. This is important. Why are these not? Something is happening. Why is it not getting path blocked? Why is it not moving on? How is it going through this quickly? The only way to escape this is if it ends up being one distance from its target, where its target is given from here. How is it one distance away from its target, but not able to mine it? Okay, I need to figure out what this error code is. I'm just gonna throw a notify into this one and see if it triggers at some point. Because if I restart it now, it should work. As it does. This guy, on the other hand, suffering similar issue. And I can't interject this without breaking it. But I need to know what the error value is. Yeah, okay, a lot of these are broken. We're just gonna do this to all of them. Because these are stopping, and it's an issue. I need to know what the issue is. You are not mining because... oh, you're the... wrong one. You're the upgraded one. Harvest team. Miners harvest team. Twin laser miner. Go. Okay. So when these break down again, we'll get the error code spammed at us, which is going to be annoying, but I can live with it. What are you doing here? You are wrong. Yes, let me fix that issue. I don't know where you came from, but you need to be fixed. And then re-enabled. Okay. All right. Assume that tearing your base up and moving is an inconvenient enough option, not be a realistic option. Yes. Yes, and by a lot. Yes, and it's not close. Just realizing that this is going to be a bigger issue because this will spam me. Because error code will always be valid, so it will give me something. However, if I were to do, I need to put an if statement on this, a conditional yell at me. Flow, math, compare number. Yeah, error code, no error. We need to compare error code to 1 if, there we go. What? Okay. If equal to 1 or smaller, go here. Else, detach here. If larger, go here. And retouch. Good. So if this is an actual error, I want to hear about it. I did this backwards. I hate so much. It's fine. If there's no error, continue on. If there is an error of any kind, I want to hear about it. One of these I just hit with the upgraded, one of these is going to need to be reset. Which one? You? You. Alright, great. Library, miners, harvesting miner, twinned mining laser. Go. Good job. We done did see the best part of coding. That's literally just an if statement printed so I can read it. Okay, you gave a null value, but you're still operational. So you didn't break because you handled it. That's fine. So errors, we have like actual error handling kind of stuff in here. So like it shouldn't, just because we get an error doesn't mean that there's an issue. It's just only one of them, and I don't know which one. Okay, so have these completed? They have. That's so beautiful. These are still harvesting. We went through a lot of those. But yeah, okay, so it looks like we're pretty stable here. This, I'm sure, will become a problem eventually. At some point, we'll figure out what happened and why it was bugging out. This is the expected behavior. Everything is okay. Notify 3. There was notify 3 there. Okay. Nope. Notify 3. And it cleaned it. We destroyed another node. And it noticed, so it moved on to the next. Oh boy. We have so many crystal. We destroyed another node. So moving on. Can't reach the node. Are we stuck? Okay. We found it. It's a 3 notification, which is can check to make sure. Okay, so error code 3. This, no. Error code 3 is this one, which is distance is not null, but is not. This is the path blocked. It's a path blocked error. So why? So what's happening here is this is not working. So I need to know why this is not working now. Because we're getting to this point. We're getting this error saying, hey, I can't reach, I'm path blocked. So why are you not doing this? Or are you doing this? We add a wait tick of 1 in here so I can see it flash. Why is this reading as an output? Oh, because I change it. Okay. So let's... Which one is this? This one. Go. Could you make it to where it attempts to find the node after a certain amount of attempts? It is attempting to find the node after a certain amount of attempts. The attempt is 1 attempt. It does it after every single attempt. Why it is not successfully finding a different node is confusing to me, which is why I'm doing this. It's making me think that we're getting stuck here. We're going around. And not actually hitting this. Because once this is done, we've mined as much as we can. We will check once again to see if there are problems. If there is a problem with mining, which we will have obtained from this error code, if there was a problem with mining, then we will go to here. If the problem is specifically that we don't have access, specifically that there is no node nearby, then we will be going to down this subroutine. This subroutine is the find new node subroutine. Wait a minute. Target ore. I think I see a problem. this requires a target ore. If the target ore is null, what happens? It flies through and passes out here. Throws a null, which will be an error to notify me of. Goes out here. Isn't this error code? Is this error code? Goes here. But if target is null at this point, what happens? We move to nowhere. Repeat. Null out. But that would be a 5. Also, this is beacon bot. So we're not hitting here. Otherwise we'd return to beacon. So that's working correctly. If instead are you broken? You are broken. No, you're not broken. You are broken. Yeah, so it is hitting here with an error of 3. So there's the problem. This guy has an error of 3. Parameter target or type, and isn't finding a new node. So what happens? Why is this guy failing? So this subroutine is failing, is the problem here. Let's inspect. We have ore type and range. Let's try this guy. It may have something to do with this. So this comes in at 0. Is this a proper null check, is the question. Because the only way this can happen is if this doesn't loop at all, which implies that this is finding 0 entities in range, which makes me want to do this. So if we drop back out here, let's remove this guy. And this guy. Which one's the upgraded one? This one. Suffering the same problem. Okay, it's gotta resync. Go. I'm probably just gonna have a city. Well, the notification will come up. How are you guys doing? You guys ran into silica. Where did you chase? I left you over. Okay, it's fine. fine. Come on over here. We're just gonna hang out next to this guy. Hang out next to the virus. That is one entire biome cleansed of silica. Entirely cleansed of silica. Oh, you missed a spot. Did you get path blocked? Is that what happened? That's why you didn't make it up here. It happens sometimes. Okay, these guys haven't yelled at me yet. So you should all be working just fine. And these are looking solid. Let's upgrade you, so you could use it. Okay, I would like to do another setup such as this for the silica as well. But it's just kind of unnecessary at this point. The throughput of everything else does not reach high enough to come close to justifying it for the silica. No one has yelled at me, so they're all working. You are operating nice and smoothly. Problem solved. I'm going to blight so many things. Speaking of blight, I need to get the research cores here, which requires probably one of these buildings. I'm so far away from having the metal for this. You can't do it. Behavior notified 10. What happens? Whatever it is, it's... Oh! Here it is. Behavior notification 10. Okay. So we are going this way, and it's getting notification 10. It's notifying... This is the old unupdated one, but it shouldn't matter much. It's not true. This is the one I just did. So this is working. It's getting this in here. It's just not finding entities. I don't... So that means the issue's got to be here then. Which is an issue. Because I can't control that. This is what I get for trying to not use the engine command. How do I solve this problem when we loop through all the entities of ore type and find none? Alright, so what's happening here is it's looping through this. It's successfully trying to find something else and failing to actually do so. So it just keeps trying and trying and trying and trying to find a different place to go to, but is locked on to a single node. Here comes a question if the code bug or is it game limitation. I don't know the answer to that question. This is supposedly meant to loop over every entity of this filter type within range, and it's acting as if the filter type is wrong or does not exist. Which is weird. Because obviously, I mean, I guess not obviously, but it should exist. This ore type is taken directly from this parameter. So I need to do some kind of null check in here, I guess, to see if this is somehow not... I need to do an entity null check here. Do you need to do a wait tick and then confirmation before the move? Wait tick and then confirmation before the move. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. A wait tick I can put here, okay. A confirmation, I don't know what that is. But if I were to do a compare entity, compare item, compare entity, entity A to null. If null, scream at me. You call it a null check, you call it confirmation. Okay. Because here's the thing, if it's null, that's fine. If it's null, it's supposed to move. Or rather, it's supposed to just drop off, because if there is no entities here in here, it's supposed to be done with this and then stop. Because when there's nothing left, when there's no entities, it goes down the done branch, which means... Here, let me finish this first before I go out. Give me Blight Plasma notification. If for whatever reason we get an entity that is null in here, like, this should never happen. It should just be done and leave. Because once it leaves, it goes back out here, drops around to this guy, tries to mine, fails because, hey, you gave it nothing to work off of, and then moves on. The only time that wouldn't happen is if there is an item close to it, as if it is close to ore, within 1 of ore, and it is not locked onto that ore. So if we do target ore, where am I setting? I may need to do another get closest entity here. Because if this continues on and it finds nothing or finishes out of range. No, because it's detecting that there's... Remember that we're getting a 3 here, so it's detecting that there's something... It's detecting that it's path blocked is what's happening. And it's staying path blocked. So this is coming out here claiming, hey, I'm path blocked, I can't get to something. So come through here, do this. This comes in saying, hey, there exist things because we found them and we're path blocked to them. Get me a new one. And it's finding none, which is a paradox. I don't... Something is... Okay, we're just going to rule out this. Null entity. We have a basic null check. If this is null, yell at me. Which one of you is the... This one. Get out. Alright, I think there's some metal over here, yeah. Oolong. As the whole convoy goes. Oh, there's metal ore over here. Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize. They went and picked up a bunch of off the floor, and then we know that, or at least we've discovered that the floor scattered resources is still working. Okay, so if I get yelled at by Blight Plasma, we know that we have a list that is filled with null entities. Which tells me nothing. But, well, I mean, that tells me that I'm pretty certain that it's a game limitation problem. That's gonna be an issue. Everything has stopped due to lack of metal. Understandable. God, these things are so expansive. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. You deconstruct, and you get 100% of the resources back. Yes. There's a deconstruction tool, and you get all the resources back for it. Let me check on others. These are as fine as they're gonna go. Nope. These are suffering the same problem. More or less. If you're getting listed null, call list and begin again. If you do have that, I don't know. There is no list manipulation in this game. You don't even have access to lists like entities at all. It's not a thing. I mean, you've played this a bit, haven't you, Snowdrop? And also, we are recreating the list multiple times every time. Are we that full on silica? We are that full on silica. I'm fully expecting to not get a notification here and just these things stop working. Is what I'm expecting. But either way, this is working. This is already working better than the previous system, and the previous system is working way better than the default one. So I'm not too beat up about this. I'm just disappointed that it's breaking in this way in particular. Yes, collect all the goodies. These guys are gonna run out of power and coming running back here. That's fine. You never experienced this error, so it's difficult to put into words. I mean, have you tried doing this kind of setup before? Okay, they realize that they're out of bounds and have returned. This guy's actually full inventory, which is happening because our transport isn't able to drop off fully or isn't able to keep up with everyone. Which is interesting. We may already need a second transport to go this far out. And back it goes. It's looking like we're gonna need a second transport to go this far out, but they're so expensive. In an effort to make the error happen again, I'm going to do this. And let them reset. In fact, I'll reset here. This just works so clean. Like, it works so clean until they just stop. Which is... I mean, the basic miners have this issue too, so it's not that big a deal. The basic mining command has this issue too, so it's not that big of an issue. But God, that was so clean, the way they just moved everywhere. Just formed a line and started harvesting. I guess I could do the same kind of test here. I didn't make any changes to any code anywhere, other than trying to debug things, I think. The difference is that these guys are not going to be meaningfully active. Silica guys likely won't have this issue as well for similar reasons. Because our iron's just having such a rough time of things. Done it a few ways and you're still experimenting. Okay. You've had a cycle power fix that's in a number of your old and current miner setups. Effectively stop and start over since that resets it. For you, you'd have to test if error, return to hound, and reset, start over. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had before. I could do that. Here, let me shift this over here so that they have some less stable territory to work with. Okay, here we go. I think it's locked onto this one. It can't get to it. And it's refusing to get more. Okay, alright. And so I should get the error to happen again if I do this. Yes. Okay. Alright. I found the error. The question is, why? This should loop over all entities in range of 10 of type iron or metal. Why is it only looping? Why is it not doing that? Just to make sure I've got this right. It's locking onto here. No, it's locking onto here. Okay. Alright. Different problem. I'm wrong. It's locking onto here. We did see it go around and path this guy. Alright, how about we stop you? Stop you. I don't want this shape to change of these rocks. Whatever is happening here is causing this. Whatever shape I could replace it. Okay, so we know it's trying to use this one. This may be an issue with the error code then, because it is successfully finding one and getting through this guy. So now I need to see, why is this returning error code 3 for something in something that's adjacent to it? This guy. distance, get distance. If distance is null, continue. If distance is not null, I should change this. If distance is null, let's see. If distance is null, error code 5, because null distance, target not found. However, I think I see the issue here. Error code 1. Error code 1 is no error. Value A. No, we're comparing distance. So this is getting set and ejecting. Let me put a notify here. What? Okay. Notify value will be this value. So if we start here, tries this, gets to this one. Notify 3. Why is this 3? Do I have another notify somewhere? No. I think I found an issue here, and I'm not sure it's something I can fix. Why is compare number? Why is distance 3 when it's adjacent? How? Is there another notification I can make pop up here? Just to make sure that's actually happening and I'm not going crazy. That's the notification that's getting through. Okay. What? So if distance is larger than 1, it goes down here. And not only is it larger than 1, it is 3. which is just very confusing. Get closest entity of this type. I have another idea. Pair number. I don't have another idea. Is it... I... How? I'm going to try pinging target ore here. The distance is between target ore and this guy. So if I ping target ore and ping self? No. Let me ping target ore here. Not at this point, but at this point. If something else appears here, like if I should not be able to determine, I should not be able to see this ping. It should be overlaid in here at this one. Well, that's a problem. This is why it's 3. This is the target ore right here. This one? Oh, one of these two, I think it's this one. This is what it's getting stuck next to. It's trying to mine this one. Now, why is target ore different So we do this until we get within range of 1. This needs to set target ore. To a new value, I think. I have no idea how this is not working. Do we take target ore, which should be the closest? Okay, let me change this to output new target, or let's see if this I need to copy this then. You go a smaller break, but not before copy. Yes, A to new target ore. Variable A. Okay. Okay. I don't understand why it's... I still don't understand how this is getting a wrong target ore. But if I set it a second time, it works. So we'll leave it at that. It's like it's still... It's still getting the entity, moving into a distance of 1. And then this guy was just meant to be... This guy's not meant to care. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll get a better idea. Okay. This is just a... Is this a distance? Was this a null check that I didn't use the right one for? This looks like a null check. This is more than just a null check. Distance. If equal to B, then return. If null, go to beacon bot. If larger, if smaller. This is just a null check. Let's do this then. Let's see. Item. Compare item. Okay. So this needs to be updated. Or harvester splitter. Please overwrite current behavior. Yes. And now we need to do this. Do I have any more debug code here? No. Twin basic miner. Miners harvest team twin basic miner. Twin laser miner, twin basic miner. Overwrite. Yes. Okay, you are the good one. Which one is... You're a fancy... Enable. Now this guy needs to be modified separately. You need to be reloaded. Minus subroutines load in. Okay, and you just go right back here. And did I make any changes here? I think I did, didn't I? Down here. You have a notification. Yes, this needs to go away. Guess we need to adjust this again. Miners. This is a mining subroutine. Twinned mine basic miner. Twinned mine basic miner. There we go. To resave this one. Twinned basic miner. Which one is expensive bot? Here. Go. No more pings. Okay, now so for you, I think what I'm just gonna do is load you with the basic one. And then hot swap this guy. There were some changes in here I'm going to need to duplicate though. Like subroutines with the laser miner. This needed to be adjusted to use the map. Not match, but compare item. I don't know that compare item works here, because this is not an item. And again, distance would not be a distance. I'll leave it. To end laser miner and yes, go. Okay. Hopefully that is problem solved. As we saw another instance of it getting path blocked in the same spot and moving on with its life. Okay. Alright. How much power do we have available here? We would need additional power in order to upgrade the speed some more. Now, where are you guys? Because you guys need to be reset. Stop it. You have no extra fancy ones. So you just need the new miner, harvesting miner, twinned basic mine. Okay. Go. Excellent. Okay. This looks like Dynamo and Revit, if you can Google it. Well, what is that? I'm not familiar with that, game? Don't know if game is the right word. I haven't heard of that at all. Enable. There we go. Okay, now I just gotta update the blueprints, which is going to be exciting. It's a modeling program. Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me. Flowchart is fun, yeah. Let's dump this on the ground. Empty inventory. Empty this guy. Copy this library. And this is the basic one. Yes. Unnamed bots. Save current selection. Basic twinned miner. Point V2. need your beacon bot. You need this. Did it just came over and hoovered that up? Okay, that works too. Go. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong one. Go. Here we go. Do I have a Git repo for this? Oh my god, dude. This all started because the basic mining operation that comes with the game, when you just tell something to go mine, it just has a path blocking issue. It's just a nightmare. And its scope creep has hit like a truck. Alright, where's the fancy one? Here you are. Also, how you doing today, Pax? Tea and cuddles recommended stress relief. Just gonna remind me of Tinder. Why are you doing this? Right, does this guy really come over here to vacuum these up? Because these things disappeared and I don't know where we're off to. Oh, he's kind of full right now. Okay. We need to update this guy with this thing. Save current selection. Laser twinned miner. 1.v2. Good job. Beacon bot. Try and D4 again. Have you played? Well, I mean, Baldur's Gate is the latest craze, and as someone who downloaded yesterday, is good. Is real good. Also, it's these guys that pick up the floor material, which I remembered now that I specifically coded them to do that, so that tracks. Okay, so it looks like we're all solid. It hasn't broken anything yet. So we may have a successful little system here. Any plans to Baldur's Gate 3 on the stream or keep it off stream? Off stream for now. I'm convincible to do on stream for the second playthrough. Probably like a co-op playthrough. I don't know, like a winter crew together or something. I have hit that point where I'm fairly certain these are not going to break within the foreseeable future, and I'm content to just let them go. Mind you, it does seem that we're suffering from needing additional transport bot, which is really rather unfortunate. Because we could really use some... These transport bots cost a lot of money. Holy smokes. Seeing cool operational shenanigan in BG3 amongst ostensible strategy game specialists would be fun and infuriating. Which I think is kind of half the point, yeah. Did you change the silicon miners? Yes. Thank you. Where are they? Right here. Did I already change these? I don't remember if I changed them. Let's find out. I did change them. Go. It's real quick to change them. It's just annoying. You just get a lot of different things to change. Okay. Okay. Solid. Functional. I can just go AFK and it works. Hasn't broken. We definitely need a second. Definitely need a second transport for that side. What I can do is I can get a scout. Here, let me lock you, undo you. Give this to the scout. Please request a... What? Okay. Please request a behavior controller. As the transport does not require that it be the big expensive one. These are sufficient. Although I will need a capacitor. Controller, we load into from miners harvest team transport bot load, and drop off ore type drop off here, ore type metal ore, beacon bot here, attach, power up, and go. We will have more dude here. Alright. So, I am quite content with the way this is working out. And I'm going to announce my contentment by going and getting dinner. Because it's long past dinner time. And I could use some dinner. And to assist with that process, I'm going to send you guys over to a friend who seems to be going down the rabbit hole as well. And oh my god, what has he done? This man needs help. So I told him about transporters last time. That may have been a mistake. Okay, I'm going to send you guys over to Winter. It looks like he's having a grand old time. A very, very different experience. I will happily recreate the Grey Goo scenario one line of code at a time. This man is a different breed of madness. Like, if there's a scale, a spectrum, I'm on one side, he's on the other. Okay, that looks like he's having a lot of fun, so I'll send you guys over there. But for now, it's going to be it for me tonight, guys. As a get optimization specialist assistance please message. Yes, please, for the love of God. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Oh, jeez. Oh, Pax, real quick. Do you normally enjoy these kinds of automation games? Because the little bit of coding here is madness. Very, very much so madness. Bum, bum.